Good morning, everybody. Looks like we got a few minutes before we start.
Morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we're going to be without Commissioner Allender today. He's on vacation.
Good morning. I'm gonna have to leave about 10:45 and then I'll be back maybe about 1. Y'all still in session?
Okay. Let's see. So we're missing Commissioner Hill and Sadowski.
Good morning, Chairman Crow.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, Joe's got IT talking to him in his office, so just give us 1 minute.
Okay.
I think he should be ready.
Okay, still looking for Commissioner Hill and Sadowski. We do have a quorum, so let's go ahead and get started. At least we can get the introduction of the meeting going and some of the rules done first. So welcome, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the August 17th, 2021 City Planning Commission meeting. I hope everybody's enjoying a little bit of cooler weather and getting ready for the chief season as well as school to start. I really enjoy the fall, to be quite honest. We appreciate everybody being here today as we hold our City Planning Commission meeting virtually. We thought today was the day to resume in-person meetings, but it got pushed back into September. We will have a virtual component as we move to on-site meetings, and because we see a lot of positives with that. Details how to attend and access the meetings will be included in the CPC docket that's published for the next month's meeting. So, but if you have any comments or questions, feel free to email planning@kcmo.org. I want to continue reminding everyone the city is updating the comprehensive plan titled KC Spirit Playbook. Several committees are meeting now, and there are opportunities to attend public meetings at various locations. You can find information about the plan at the website playbook.kcmo.gov. We understand every project is important and unique. We want to make sure we address all of them with the attention that they need. However, we have several cases on the docket today. And for us to build consensus, we have issued a time limit on cases that we hear. The time limits are 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for applicant presentation, plus questions from the commission. When we move to public comment, please limit comments to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community, association, or larger group. As we get started, I ask staff to briefly provide some ground rules and instructions for all of us to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Joe, can you please remind us of those ground rules, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. So everyone attending today's hearing on Zoom is an attendee or a participant, and there are two types of participants. There are attendees and panelists. Right now, the panelists consist of staff and the commission. Panelists have the ability to share their video and audio. However, attendees do not. This is how we keep our meetings secure and free from interruption. If you are an attendee who's interested in a case when it's called, please raise your hand using the raise hand function. There should be a toolbar on your screen with a hand symbol. If you select that, it'll let me know that you are interested in that case. And at that time, then I will promote you over to a panelist position. When you're promoted, it will appear as though you're being kicked off the meeting, but don't panic. You will just rejoin us within a few seconds as a panelist. And at that time, you will be able to share your audio and video. So you will need to unmute yourself when it's your turn to speak, and keep yourself muted when you're not speaking so we don't pick up your background noise. Also, as a reminder, the chat function is just for questions about where we're at on the agenda, as well as any technical questions or technological questions that you might have for staff. It is not to be used to discuss the merits of any project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. And just a reminder, I'll try to keep up with the chat to let you know what docket item we're listening to or talking about at that particular time. So as we get started, first item that I want to do is, so commissioners, prior to hearing our cases, I'm making a motion to hold a closed session to discuss legal matters and obtain legal advice pursuant to section 610-021, 1 and 9 RSMO.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for the closed session. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes to go into a closed session amongst the commissioners with our attorney. And you'll need to access that through the other meeting that was given to you. So I have to leave this one and come back into that. And then once we're done, we'll come back into this meeting here in a couple of minutes. So appreciate everybody's patience on this.
Commissioner Rojas, did
Yes.
you get the link to join the closed session?
Say that again?
Did you get the link to join the closed session? The commission's in a closed session. In
I
a
thought I
separate
did. I'm not
meeting.
in it. I
You're
need to go
not. You're
back.
in the open session here.
Well, I don't recall seeing a link.
It was sent near the end of the day yesterday, around
Oh,
4
okay.
o'clock.
I can go back and, I can go back.
Okay.
Baker, Enders, Hill. Forstein, Commission. Sarah's back. Okay, waiting on Commissioner Rojas. There he is. Okay. So thank you for your patience, everybody. So at this time, I'll make a motion that we can reconvene our City Planning Commission meeting and get started again.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to restart the CPC meeting. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Corral?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes to reconvene the meeting. All right, so Joe, with that, let's go ahead and start our consent agenda items. Are there any of the cases that we need to continue to a future meeting?
I think you're muted, Joe.
Thank you. We have 3 cases, Mr. Chair, that we know of where the applicant's requesting continuance on the consent docket. Those are C3, C5, and C6. Would you like me to read the whole consent docket and you, or do you want me to read the continuances first?
Just do the continuances first. We'll make a motion and then we'll go to the other
Okay.
cases.
Docket item C3, case number CPC 2021-00129, request to approve a final plan. Excuse me, that one is going to be heard. The agenda says continuance, but the customer paid the fee yesterday, so that one will be heard.
Okay.
So the first continuance is C5, case number final plat 2021-00012, Sam Rogers Housing, Health and Wellness Campus. This is a request to approve a final plat at the corner of 9th and Euclid. That one's actually dismissal, not continuance. And docket item C6, case number final plat 2021-00017. This is a request to approve a final plat for Woodland Creek third plat located at 120 Northeast 122nd and North Lydia Avenue. Staff and the applicant are requesting continuance of that to September 7th without fee.
Okay, so we've got docket item C5 that's looking to be dismissed and C6 that will be continued to September 7. Any questions from the commission on those 2 cases? Seeing none, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on dismissal of C5 or continuance of C6?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, so I'll take a motion on these 2 cases, please.
Move to dismiss docket item C5 and continue docket item C6 to September 7th without fee.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Corral?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry. Looks like the motion passes for those 2 cases. Let's go ahead and hear the rest of the consent agenda items, please.
Docket item C1, case number CPC 2021-00110, a request to approve a project plan for Building 7 at I-49 Industrial Center, which is located at Missouri Route 150 and Botts Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. That is companion to docket item C7, case number final plat 2021-00025. This is a request to approve a final plat at the same location. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of that one. Going back to item C2, case number CPC 2021-00127, Jackson County CASA. This is a request to approve a project plan to allow expansion to the existing structure located on the west side of Holmes Street between East 25th and on the north and 26th Street on the south. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C3, case number CPC 2021-00129. This is a request to approve a final plan in District MPD for the Central Bank Sporting Complex, the northwest corner of North Platte Purchase Drive and Highway 152. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C4, case number final plat 2021-00001. I'm sorry, 2020-00001. This is a request for a final plat for Hunters Glen West, located near the intersection of Northeast 116th and North Stark. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of that case, and that concludes the consent docket.
Okay, any questions from the commission on those docket items? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Is there anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item C1, C2, C3, C4, or C7?
Mr. Chairman, I've promoted Patricia Jensen.
Okay,
I have to remember to unmute myself. Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of C4, which is the final plat for Hunters Glen West. The staff, Olson and I, have had some email exchanges both Friday and today or yesterday, and we request that this be continued to September 7th to allow us time to work on some of the conditions that are contained in the staff report.
okay. Joe, is there any issue with that from the staff standpoint to continue docket item C4 to September 7th?
I think you're muted again, Joe. Sorry.
No, Mr. Chair, we're fine with that.
Okay. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak on any of the docket items?
No one else raised their hand.
Okay, I will take a motion then. Any takers on a motion? Please.
Sorry, I'm in a place where my internet cut out for just a second. With C7, there was no issue with C7.
Yeah, it was introduced at the same time as C1 because it's a companion case to C1.
Okay, that's what it was. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, move to approve docket item C1, C2, C3, and C7, and to continue docket item C4 to September 7th without fee.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
In any event, the motion passes for docket item C1, C2, C3, C7 for approval, and then to continue docket item C4 to September 7th. All right, with that, let's go ahead to our rec.
Thank you all.
Yep, thank you.
Hey, Kobe.
Yes,
Sorry, can you hear me now?
yes,
Okay, sorry, my microphone cut out.
okay. Okay, so let's go ahead to our regular docket items. Joe, are there any items in there that we'd like to, that are wanting to continue to a future meeting?
Yes, there are four. The first one is docket item 8.1 and 8.2. The first two, these are companion cases. 8.1 is case number SUP 2021-00043. This is a request to approve a special use permit at 3929 Walnut. Docket item 8.2 is case number SUP 2021-00044. This is another request for a special use permit for a short-term rental at the same location. The applicant is requesting continuance of these cases to September 21st, and staff recommends no fee.
Okay,
The next continuance is docket item 14, case number CPC 2021-00086. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to R80 at 8450 Oldham Road. The applicant is requesting continuance of this case to September 7th. Staff recommends no fee. And the final continuance request is docket item 22, case number CPC 2021-00060. This is a request to approve a development plan for the Plaza East Apartments located on the south side of 45th between Paseo to the west and Woodland Avenue to the east. The applicant is requesting continuance of this case to September 21st, and staff recommends no fee.
okay. Just want to go back real quick to docket item 14 being continued to September 7. I understand our agenda is fairly long. Is that the right time frame to be added to that agenda, or can that be postponed to the 21st?
As of this morning, there were 40 cases scheduled for the September 7th hearing. That's likely to change in terms of some will fall off, but some may also be added if you continue any cases to September 7th.
Okay,
So you will have a long meeting on the 7th, that's for sure.
yeah, is this continuance at the request of the applicant or the staff?
The Oldham Road rezoning continuance request is from the applicant.
Okay. It's just my suggestion to the rest of the commission. I would prefer to see this be continued to the 21st due to caseload on the 7th, since it is the applicant's request. But I'll leave that up to the rest of the commission with their thoughts. So at this time, is there any questions from the commission on docket items 8.1, 8.2, 14, or 22 about continuing those cases to a future meeting?
The only question I have, Chair Crowell, is if there is an applicant or somebody representing docket item 14 to talk about if there's any, serious impact to moving it to the next CPC meeting versus September 7th.
Okay,
Zach, do you know if your applicant for 14 is online?
I don't see her online.
It's my understanding that we made her aware of the 40 cases that are on the 7th and suggested the 21st, right?
Yes.
Zach? But she's requesting the 7th. And did she give you a reason why she wants the 7th?
No, there wasn't a specific reason. I think she just wants to get to council sooner rather than later.
Okay.
So are we missing things from her? Is that why we're moving to the 7th?
We're ready. We were ready to go. The applicant wants to continue. So no, we have what we need. But she has requested continuance.
Interesting. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
okay. Any other questions from the commission? So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony on continuance of those docket items introduced. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on docket items 8.1, 8.2, 14, and 22?
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. If there's any further discussion by the commission, I think we just real quickly address docket item 14, whether we go ahead and put it as part of the September 7 meeting that currently has 40-ish items on the agenda and hear it then, or wait till the following meeting.
Yeah, 21st is fine with me. I'll go ahead and make the motion for the 21st.
Okay,
Chair Carl, move to continue docket items 8.1 and 8.2 to September 21st without fee, docket item 14 to September 21st without fee, and docket item 22 to September 21st without fee.
Second,
okay, so I've got a motion and a second for the continuance of those cases. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye,
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
okay, it looks like the motion passes to continue those three docket items until the 21st of September. So with that, let's go back to our regular agenda docket item number 1.1 and 1.2.
All right. Docket item 1.1 is case number CPC 2019-00065. This is a request to approve a finding of blight in the general development plan for a planned industrial expansion authority request on about 1 acre located on the west side of Troost between 45th Street on the north and Brush Creek Boulevard on the south. Docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2019-00055. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District B3-2 to District UR Urban Redevelopment to allow the development of 2 mixed-use buildings, which include 100 residential units on about 1 acre located on the west side of Troost between 45th on the north and Brush Creek Boulevard on the south. Staff planner is Olufu Ekbaji.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Joe. And again, this companion cases, as you can see, is for the Casey Outlook. And we should have, I think, Pat Sterrett, David McCubry, Jim Scott, and Mr. Ferris already promoted. They should be online. Again, the companion cases is located where my arrow is pointed in the within the Midtown area, specifically at the southwest corner of East 45th Street and Troost Avenue. As you can see, it's just off 71 Highway and just north of Emmanuel Cleaver Boulevard. Within the site, as you can see, this is 45th Street and this is Troost. On the north part of the site is an existing car wash with a retail building. And this is slotted as phase 2 of the development. The lower parcel, which is phase 1, is, as you can see on the right side, a vacant building. And back in 2019, the BZA approved a special use permit for what's known as the firehouse event space for the reuse of this existing firehouse. And this is the site. It's 2 I'll call dislocated parcels to be rezoned to UR, about 1 acre. Again, they are 1 at the corner and then 1 mid-block. And this is a closer look at both phase 1. Phase 1 is the lower building, and then phase 2 is proposed to be the second building at the corner of 45th and Troost. Just a quick background on this application. The original application was filed back in April of 2019. Since then, we've continued it several times, and there's been multiple neighborhood engagement, which I think the applicant will share with the commission. The last time the commission heard this was back in March, and at that meeting, the outstanding issues, there were only 3 outstanding issues at that time with the neighborhood. And one of the main issues was the restriction of liquor sales, which we have since discussed with them, and they will be dealing directly with the applicant on that. The second issue was the height of the building, which was proposed at 60 feet. And the third issue was the width of the building, which was restricted by the Troost overlay to 150 feet max. The applicant have since revised the plan and did report to CPC, I think in May. And since then they have been back, they've resubmitted plans, have been back, and they did hold a neighborhood engagement prior to this meeting. Here's a quick summary of the proposed project. It's about 1 acre, currently zoned B3-2. Again, it's within the Trust Overlay Corridor. And it also comprises of 5 underlying parcels. It's 2 non-contiguous phases. And the first request is seeking approval of a finding of blight and a PIA general development plan to allow for this rezoning to occur. And the request to rezone from District B3 to District UR. And due to the revised plan and the revised nature, the original request, which was for 100 units, has been modified now to 81 units in 2 buildings. They also have a proposed mixed use commercial first floor, which is 15,000 square feet per building. And this will allow for residential, office, restaurant, and retail use. Phase 1, which is the south building, will have 45 units, and phase 2, which is the north building, will have 36 units. Again, this is the phase 1, and phase 1 does have access under the building that provides for parking, and you see in the elevation that goes to the back, and the parking is all loaded in the rear of the building, with the building brought to the front and streetscape and landscaping along Trust Avenue. And this is phase 2. Phase 2 will have access off East 45th Street down to the parking in the rear. And this is the elevation for phase 2, with the front being at the corner. And this is the elevation for phase 1, with the drive-through to the parking in the rear. This is a Trust elevation of the overall development, with phase 2 to your right and phase 1 to the west. And these are the existing building in terms of the mass and the scale of the existing building. Staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 33 condition, and I do have an additional condition or correction to add. Staff would like to see the developer provide actual architectural elevation for both buildings, and this will include the elevation for the west elevation of both buildings. With that, that ends my presentation, and I will hand it over to, I think, Mr. Pat Sterrett.
Before you do that, sir, are there any questions from the commission to city staff on this particular case?
Quick question, Olafu, is this covered by the Trust overlay, and does it comply?
Yes, it does comply per staff's review and recommendation to the Trust overlay.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the applicant then.
Good morning, Chairman and Crowell. This is David McCubry with the PIEA, the Planned Industrial Expansion Authority of Kansas City. I know Olafu mentioned Pat Sterrett. I don't know if Pat has been promoted yet, or if I may I say that the PIEA is here to ask the commission to approve the blight study and general development plan to ultimately satisfy a statutory requirement to make this area eligible for the PIEA's benefits, which are, among other things, real property tax abatement and sales tax exemption on the construction materials. Obviously, I'm happy to answer any questions after our consultant, Scott Belke, who I know is on and I think has been promoted, is online to present our blight study and the general development plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is doing the presentation? Is it Scott or Pat?
This is Scott. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So just tell me when to advance.
Can you advance me so I can share my screen, please?
Oh, okay, you want to share yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, can you see the blight study and can you hear me?
We can hear you, cannot see the blight study.
We can just see your Microsoft Explorer list.
Olafur, can you run that for him?
You want me to take over?
If you'd like, thank you.
Okay, I will go ahead and start. Give me 1 minute. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Can you see the screen?
I'm
You may have
seeing something that I don't recognize.
Got the wrong document, Olafur.
That's what got emailed to me, Casey Outlook. Yeah, I can see it. That's the, is this the right door here? Is this the right document?
No.
Okay.
Can you let me
try
try
sharing again?
Can you promote me again and let me try, please?
Oh, yeah.
Do you see that there?
Yes.
You see the blight study?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, Scott Belkey, Belkey Appraisal, preparing on behalf of the applicant today. I prepared the blight study and the general development plan back in March of 2019. Olafur's already kind of shown you what parcels are contained in this plan area along Troost and 45th Street. He also kind of covered the basics of what's there today and what's planned for the future. I would mention that this area is located within the Troost area TIF, the Brush Creek Corridor TIF, the Troost Paseo URA, and the Midtown to RG EEZ, all of which require a designation of blight. And I'll jump in and run through the 5 factors to see if they lead to the 3 blight components. So the first factor is defective or inadequate streets. And just some pictures of blight conditions along 45th Street. Troost is in fairly good condition. Blight factor 2, insanitary or unsafe conditions. There are deteriorating public sidewalks, multiple access points and spacing considerations, failing structural components. There's documented environmental hazard. The city had a environmental report done when they were going to demolish some of these buildings. Inadequate heating and cooling, vacancy, trespassing, illegal camping, vandalism, graffiti, and crime. This gives you just an idea of some of the safety concerns within the project. That's the ceiling, collapsing floor, ceiling that's collapsed, collapsing ceilings and walls, collapsing walls, mold, trash strewn throughout the site, potentially issues with environmental hazards. One of the buildings was full of trash, and there was considerable vacancy that was going on there. I'll just run through these real quick. The day that Mr. McCoubrey and me inspected, when we got into one of the buildings, there was a smoldering fire inside the building. That building eventually was burnt to the ground. Electricity that's been stripped away. Blight factor 3, deterioration of site improvements. There are issues with all structural components, all of the site improvements. And then there are multiple functional issues of functional obsolescence as well. Just looking at the roof on a couple of these buildings, and some of these will be a repeat. Exterior walls, windows, doors, interior ceilings, interior walls, again, collapsing floors, restrooms in one building, restrooms in another building, deteriorated kitchen in one of the buildings, deteriorating parking lots, collapsing fencing, and just an unsightly vacant lot. Blight factor 4, improper subdivision or obsolete platting, not an issue here. Blight factor 5, endangerment by fire or other causes. A drop off in one of the buildings into a basement area where the floor has collapsed. The fire that we ran in that was going inside the building. Graffiti on the exterior and the interior of these buildings. And just evidence of the vagrancy that's gone on these 5 tax parcels. Picture of the public sidewalk in front of one of these parcels that has a mansard roof, and asphalt shingles have fallen off into the public sidewalk. This was the first day we saw it. It was snowing that day, and a barricade had been knocked down so that people could get back there, and these nails and screws were sticking up in the public right of way. So you come down, and there's definitely a predominance of blighting factors, in my opinion, on all 5 of these tax parcels. And so we'll press ahead to see if these actually lead to the 3 different blight components. Hindrance to housing accommodation. There's been for a significant time 100% vacancy on this tract. There are no residents on this tract, and there is no employment generated by this tract. This tract has lost significant, this census tract has lost significant population since 1970. It's underdeveloped. The existing FAR is 0.37. I believe that's actually gone down now that the one building has burnt down. And these improvements ranged in age from 51 to 106 years in age. Blight component number 2, economic or social liabilities. Unrealized assessment and taxation, obviously, on this parcel. Delinquent real estate taxes in 2013, 14, 15, and 17. Economic underutilization, just in terms of density in this urban area. Excessive vacancy and extended vacancy. Parts of this property have been vacant for decades. There's documented environmental issues, especially with asbestos. Again, the city undertook that because they were going to demolish this building. It was certified as a dangerous building in 1991, 2001, 2006, 2014, and 2018. 90 complaints had been filed with the city between 2007 and 2019. Extensive trespassing, vagrancy, illegal camping, vandalism, graffiti, and crime, and deterioration and safety concerns in public and private sidewalks, curbs, paving, the structural components, and just an unappealing and unsightly site that's unsafe. Blight component 3, a menace to the public health, safety, and morals. Health issues, again, documented environmental issues, mold was present, no HVAC, safety issues, deteriorating and collapsing structures and site improvements, crime, I'll talk about that in a minute, morals, trespassing, loitering, illegal camping, vagrancy, vandalism, and graffiti, and welfare, vacancy, underutilization, and unrealized assessment and taxation. Vacant and deteriorating, collapsing, obsolete, vandalized structure in the urban fabric, lacking supervision and maintenance, detract from the vibrancy of the urban core, and revitalization of this Troost Avenue corridor property will remove blight and enhance the vitality of the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you for persevering with me there, and I'll be glad to answer any questions about blight.
Any questions from the commission regarding the blight of these properties?
I had a question about, is there a need for soil remediation as part of that study around environmental hazards? If there was a phase 1 or phase 2 conducted?
I believe it was a phase 1 that was done, and there were some questions raised that might potentially be a phase 2 issue, but the city never progressed with demolition. I think the proposed developer began to step in at some point in there. And so I believe the city backpedaled at that point on demolition of the building. So I'm not sure whether that phase 2 was ever performed or not.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Anything about the site itself, applicant?
The general development plan, I think Olafu covered basically the things that I was going to talk about. He has these same elevations that I was supplied with that showed the reduced building height from 5 stories to 4 stories. I think apart from that, Olafu covered most of the issues. There are 81 apartment units, 45 parking spaces.
Mr. Chairman, I still have Pat Sterrett on the line, and he's going to give you additional information on the proposed UR plan. So,
okay,
if you're ready for that,
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Pat, let me know, and then let me know how to advance the PowerPoint you sent me.
You're on mute there, Pat.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Patrick Sterrett of Sterrett Urban LLC, located at 3946 Springfield Street, and here on behalf of the applicant, Dr. Faris Farasati. Next slide, Olafu. Dr. Farasati spent some time in Minnesota at the University of Minnesota before moving to Kansas City with his wife in 2008. There he saw firsthand the ability of mixed-use development to revitalize a distressed neighborhood. The University of Minnesota positively extended their campus activity into the neighborhood and brought about positive change. Next. Dr. Farasati and his wife Tuba are involved in cancer research and a medical journal. They would have a ground floor presence here at KC Outlook on Troost, and would be offering community space within the building with STEM anchored activities, lectures to engage the community along with commercial space. The emphasis of the project will be on science, affordable housing, community engagement, green and sustainability, building materials and operations, and multimodal transit. It's within easy walking distance, within short distance of a number of major academic institutions that focus on science. Public engagement. Over the past 2 years, we've actually started, Dr. Ferrisati began discussions with the Truist Coalition in the spring of 2017. Since then, we've met with the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association and immediate neighbors in the summer of 2019, 2020, and just last week here in August of 2021. We've met with and received support letters from the Truist Alliance, the Rock Hill Homes Association, the Historic Manheim Park Association, and getting to the question about the environmental remediation, we've also received a Brownfields ESA grant and a plan for remediation of the site, which is necessary for soil and for water monitoring is proceeding. The design approach, as Olafu mentioned, we are at 4 stories, ground floor, all commercial, roughly about 10,000 square feet of commercial in both buildings. There are 45 units in the south building, which would be phase 1. Phase 2, the north building, has about 36 units, and that may fluctuate just a little bit between now and when we actually go to construction. We intend for this to be as affordable as possible, for as many units to be as affordable as possible, and have committed ourselves to satisfying the city's definition of affordable housing with respect to the zoning that allows us to reduce the parking requirement from 1 space per unit to half a space per unit. And we actually surpassed the half space per unit. These would be about 0.67 to 0.69, depending on the building, parking spaces per unit within this site. We did make some changes, as Olafu mentioned, with respect to satisfying liquor sales. Dr. Ferrisati is committed to not having any alcohol sales on the site. And we are working with the neighborhood to put that in writing and satisfy them that will not happen in the development. Secondly, we've brought the building height down. It is 50 feet. I believe the Auto World building that you see there to the south or to the left in the elevation is around 41 feet. Third, on the frontage, the Truist Overlay Guideline requires a flex building to have no more than 150 feet fronting onto Truist. The current building that you see there with the drive that goes underneath to the parking in back, phase 1, the south building, is actually at about 200 feet. In working with the Truist Coalition, we have made a setback in the middle of that building by the maximum setback allowed by the overlay guidelines of 5 feet. Used a different material, in this case glass, as you can see, to give the appearance that there are actually 2 buildings there in the south phase, the phase 1 that's on the south side of the site. So we are looking forward to moving forward and providing some much needed affordable housing within the Truist Corridor. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Could you explain the setback again that you had worked with Truist Coalition on?
The maximum setback that's allowed under the Truist Overlay Guidelines is 5 feet. So we've set the middle part of that building back 5 feet from the property line. The 2 parts of the building that are clad in brick that you see there are still at the sidewalk line. So we've changed the material as well with that middle section of the building that is set back to glass to help give the appearance of the pieces that are clad in brick to come across as 2 separate buildings that obviously are within the 150 feet of frontage then on Truist.
Okay, so the entire building, including the glass, is 200 feet, correct?
Correct.
And the overlay district specifies a maximum of 150 feet. And so to help get the intent, you put the middle piece in, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we
Thank
set that back, change the material,
Mhm.
so it'd be completely different, and so that it would give the appearance perhaps then of the two buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
And
questions
just for
from-
clarification, that question or that concern was brought up by staff. And we've since discussed it and we're okay with the 150-foot span as arranged with the, or as discussed with the Trust Overlay Corridor.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
I was just curious, the glass part of the building, what the program was on the upper floors.
The upper floors for floors 2 through 4 will be residential, and there will be amenity spaces as well. And we're still working on just exactly where, what the placement will be for those functions.
I have a question. I'm sorry if you already covered it, but I saw the emphasis on affordable housing, and I was wondering how many of the units did you identify for that?
It will be at least 20% and could be as much as 100%. It depends on financing and what kind of financing, obviously, that we're able to secure. We would love for the building to be 100% affordable, but it'll depend on being able to get the right financing for that.
Okay, I hope that you guys push that, because you have the Kansas City Arts Institute, you have UMKC, and with the new expansion of the streetcar, those rents are going up, so those students won't have a place to rent that's within walking distance to campus. So I just hope that's something that's elevated. And then you're hoping for a 15-year tax abatement initially, or is it 10-year?
We haven't gone through the financial analysis yet with the Economic Development Corporation. And so as we obtain our financing or get prospective financing lined up, we'll determine and make that request at that time. It could be, if we go through PIA, up to 25 years, the 10 and the 15. If it's through LCRA, it would be just the 10 years. And really, that's a decision that still has yet to be made. But obviously, we would like to use as little of public assistance as possible.
All right, well, I'm excited to see it. I would encourage you to reach out to the Art Institute. I know that there are students staying in the hotel through a partnership because they just don't have enough, campus housing. So good luck.
Thank you.
The only question I had is staff wants to add condition number 34. Are you okay with that?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay. All right, if there's no more questions from the commission, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Joe, is there anybody out there that would like to speak about docket item 1.1 and 1.2? If so, please raise your hand and we'll call you in order.
We have Eric Olson, who is already promoted, and then Winifred Wright after that.
Yeah, hi. We're here at City Council and for the meeting. I'm here as a block group representative, so I'm going to ask for 5 minutes, please. And I do want to say one thing before I go to some slides, which I'll present myself. I'll share my desktop, which is that some of the information has been presented. First of all, I want to say that I'm also the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association representative to the Truce Coalition. Some of the information that's been presented already about community support is incorrect. The Truce Coalition has taken no position on this, and it was presented as though there was a letter from the Truce Alliance. Rockell Homes rescinded their letter, and Manheim Park Neighborhood Association, the president wrote a letter from 2019. The current leadership of Manheim Park is not supporting this, or has not provided a letter of support. So let me go to my slideshow, please, here. And I'm a professor and chair of the economics department at UMKC. I also have extensive experience with development projects such as this, so I have a professional interest here. I'm also an abutting homeowner.
Hey, Eric, Mr.
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
can you speak closer into the mic? You are
I'm
kind of
sorry,
muffled.
I'm sorry if you're having, is that better?
As close as you can get to it, so
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
it's still muffled. So.
I can hear.
I can hear you.
We can hear.
Okay, we're in council chambers. I'm going to remove my my mask because we're the only people who were here before have now left. Let me. Okay. I want to point out that there are 3 plans that are relevant to this project. One is the Troost Emmanuel Cleaver 2 redevelopment plan, which was adopted by City Council in January of 2015. The second one is the Troost Corridor Overlay District in July of 15. The third one is the Midtown Plaza Area Plan. And I want to mention that the area plan specifically references the Troost Cleaver redevelopment plan and says that adopts it as its recommendations for these parcels. And this project does not conform in any way with the Troost Cleaver redevelopment plan, and therefore it does not conform with the Midtown Plaza Area Plan, which specifically invokes this. And I want to mention too that all overlay districts, including the Troost overlay, are amendments to the Zoning and Development Code and are not themselves approved plans. I want to point out that 88-260-03, which 8860 authorizes the UR redevelopment district. It says that the development standards must be in general conformance with the approved area plan and compatible with desirable land use developments in the surrounding area. And the development plan is not in conformance with the area plan, either the Midtown area plan or the Troost Cleaver 2 plan, and not compatible with desirable land use in the area. The project is not consistent with the Troost overlay. It does not conform with it. Specifically, flex buildings, which even the project sponsor described these as flex buildings, are not permitted in the Troost corridor unless they go through 88-525 special use permit, which we are not going through at this point. Section 2D also designates the 4500 block of Troost Avenue as urban corridor, which is medium density residential, and excludes commercial uses from that block. So this project is not in conformance with the Troost overlay. It specifically violates at least those 2 aspects of it. I want to criticize from a professional perspective the PIA General Development Plan. It is not just a blight study, it's a development plan. And I want to say it doesn't meet the minimum professional standards for a public policy document like this. Most notably, it fails to even mention the existing adopted redevelopment plan for these parcels, which is the Troost Cleaver 2 plan. And it significantly misrepresents the type and level of development intensity recommended for these parcels. I think, and I've submitted a letter on this, which should have been provided to the CPC. The project doesn't satisfy the parking ordinance 88-420. They're claiming exemptions for parking under 88-420-04J for parcels within 1,000 feet of a rapid transit stop. And I want to point out that the northern building is not within 1,000 feet of a rapid transit stop, and anybody with a web browser can justify that or can confirm that by looking at Parcel Viewer. Therefore, the parking provided is significantly less than is required under 88-420. I submitted these slides to be distributed to the CPC. I also want to say that we had requested a continuance of this to September 21st to planning staff, because our public meeting for the revised plan was last Monday. The plan that was provided to us was illegible, as is noted in the staff report for this. This plan has been, or the project has been continued at least a dozen times, including 7 times this year, which makes it hard for us to participate. And we only had 24 hours after our meeting for people who couldn't participate to be able to submit written comments. And there is significant opposition on the block to the specific way that this project is being organized. So I also had requested a meeting with the planner in charge for this, which was never accepted, and so we were unable to meet with the planner in charge. So I want to say that those of us on the block, and there's going to be much less participation in this than would be otherwise, because we had requested a continuance for this to September 21 for us to be able to organize after organize or discuss this amongst ourselves and get complete information, which has not been provided by the developer. We've never even seen a western elevation of these buildings that the side that would face our the residences on the west side of this block. So I just want to say that there are a number of important issues that have not been resolved in this, and there has been inaccurate information once again that has been presented about this, as it's been several times in the past. So thank you for your for granting me that time, and I'll stop my share.
Okay, thank you.
Next person was Winifred Wright.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, planning. So a lot of what I have.
I'm sorry, having a hard time hearing you, Winifred.
Thank you for that.
There we go. I got it. Go ahead.
Okay, and I'm just to make sure everyone can hear me, I'm going to remove my mask momentarily. I sent information to Joseph, but the information that was on the county clerk's website calendar said that this was going to be an in-person meeting. So that's why several people showed up on the 26th floor. Commissioners and planning department, thanks for your time this morning. There was some information that Olafu included in his presentation this morning that we also have concerns about and discussed after the public meeting that was held last week. And again, one of those is the missing west elevation. And I would also like to add to that, we've never seen a cross section of the sites of the parcels and how the massing of these buildings relates to the residences on the west side of the block. No light study, no natural light study has been done. So I would like to request that additional information so that we can understand what the environmental impacts to the backyards and the natural light access are of the properties that are existing at this time. I also want to note there are several instances of factually incorrect information that were shared at the meeting for public comment last week, as well as during this meeting here today. One of those is the fact that, and Eric mentioned this, a lot of the support letters that were listed in Patrick Sterrett's meeting notes presentation have been recanted, and opposition letters can actually be found on Compass KC's website. So a lot of that, and again, Rock Hill, HPNA, Manheim, Troost Alliance, like the opposition letters are up on Compass KC. You can take a look at those. So they are not in support of this project. And again, the project doesn't fit within the guidelines of the Troost overlay, which was stated by Olafu and explained by Eric's testimony. And I'm a little concerned we're using this term affordable in terms of the cost of housing, but no actual rates or numbers are being used. So you all may have an understanding about what the term affordable means, but maybe I don't have that information, but to me, it doesn't have a specific definition in terms of unit costs. So my question is, when we say affordable housing, does this mean it's going to be income contingent, or what are the specifications for qualification on that? If we're talking that if Patrick Sterrett was mentioning they are seeking 20 to 100% affordability, what are those actual unit rates going to be? And like, we kind of need more information on that, because I agree with Commissioner Hill that we need to make sure that actual affordable housing is included in this in this plan. And again, the rapid transit boundary, if you look at Parcel Viewer, like I just did a measurement, it's outside of the 1,000 feet. So I don't know where you're using the measure to and from distance to get that it's within that 1,000-foot boundary, but it's not. It's like 1,000 plus, it's plus 1,000 feet. So the parking for that northern parcel is inadequate. And through this whole process, to me, it's tricky because, and I don't want to speak too harshly, but a lot of the misinformation that has been shared with us and the lack of communication between the residents of that block and the planning department has been inadequate. A lot of emails have gone unanswered. Requests for meeting have gone unanswered. And so I'm concerned that this process is undermining the planning department and also this approval process with the CPC. I would just want to make sure that everybody is having a chance to be heard and we're not just like getting to a point where we don't care about the actual facts because we're ready to just be done with it. I get that this is tedious, but we want to make sure that everything's factually represented and that's what we're listening to. And also, like, Dr. Farasati was not present at the meeting last week for public comment, and he's also not present here. So if the developer himself is not showing up to these meetings, it shows a lack of responsibility and interest in how this project is moving along. So I've also submitted several documents and none of those have showed up on the Compass website. So, and I've sent several emails and again, have not been returned. So I'm just kind of a little concerned, not a little, I'm decently concerned about how this has been moving forward, but that's what I have to say on this. Again, just to reiterate, there are several neighbors, not an insignificant amount of people in the neighborhood who would like to be here to provide testimony, but can't because the information we received on Monday was delivered so soon before today's hearing, and a lot of people could not be able to submit testimony in time. So.
Okay.
And I would also have liked to have a continuance, but here we are. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Joe, who do we have next?
Someone else was promoting people. So can that person please say who they promoted?
Several folks that had their hands raised. Can you re-raise your hands? I see a Jessica Thomas. I see Susan Laird. Let's see. Okay.
Well, whoever you
Brett
promoted
Creason.
first, just announce who they are. I appreciate the help. Just announce who they are so the chair knows who to acknowledge so they can
Okay.
speak.
Okay, if we can have Jessica Thomas speak first.
Okay, Jessica, welcome. If you can state your name and address for the record, that'd be great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Jessica Thomas. I live at 4511 Gillum. I actually just purchased the house in May with my husband, Zach. He's not able to be here. So we are Eric's next door neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and since we're new to the neighborhood, we're still getting caught up to speed with everything that's going on with this development program, but just wanted to kind of voice my concerns on some of the things that have come up from our perspective being new residents. We purchased this house knowing that there was a development that was going back there. However, we were under the impression that it was going to be in accordance with the Troost overlay plans, and we were comfortable with that. However, based on so many of the exceptions that have been asked for and the fact that Ferris is not communicating with the community and wasn't on our most recent community communication call, we have a lot of concerns. We're concerned that, we fell in love with this neighborhood and our house in particular because it is historic. It's 112 years old. We like the charm and character of the neighborhood. We like the old feel of it, but we're concerned that things like natural light and noise and parking and just our ability to live comfortably in our house with privacy is going to be negatively impacted by this development. So I just wanted to reiterate all the things that Eric and Lynn already mentioned. We're just concerned that Ferris doesn't have the best interest of the community in mind. He's purchased this land, and since then it's just become an even bigger blight than it was previously. He's not maintaining it, he's not cleaning it, and we just have a lack of confidence that he's going to do that and keep our community in mind moving forward. Just wanted to express my concern there. Do you have any questions for me?
I do not. Any of the commissioners? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Shanna, can you speak next?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can
Hi,
every-
Shannon.
okay.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Shanna Gonsolin. I'm at 4513 Gillum Road. I live right next door, or in my backyard is this project. I will agree with everything that Jessica said. We have major concerns that the developer has not addressed: lighting, noise, privacy, the lack of parking. We have not seen the west side building that's going to be facing us. And just to give you an idea, I live in a small one-story home that is adjacent to this property. This is like a skyscraper that's going to be in my backyard, literally in my backyard. My concern is the scale of this project is so big. It doesn't fit on that parcel. It's like taking a square block and trying to force it into a round hole. Just like Jessica, I bought my home 5 years ago under the impression that the Truist overlay was going to always be the standard in this area when it came to redevelopment. I fell in love with the historic High Park, the homes here. It reminded me of my home of New Orleans. Nobody has seen devastation like I have in my city of New Orleans. And no one had the lack of homes like they did after Katrina hit. And I watched the city planners and the architects come together and rebuild that city in the most careful, beautifully restoration way. They took the historical history of the city when they made the buildings. Even though there was a need for fair housing, they didn't put 6-story apartment complex behind people's homes. What they did is they built.
Ms. Shannon,
Yes.
Can you stick to the merits of this case, please? We understand New Orleans has gone through some great redevelopment, but please stick to this case. We got a long agenda, so.
I'm using that as an example of how to redevelop the area. Is exactly how they did in River Gardens in New Orleans, where they built homes, multiplex homes, 2-story home levels, and they actually took care of the need of fair housing. The one thing that Patrick Stewart keeps saying is, and I'm going to quote him on this, as affordable as possible. He has made that statement several times to us, which means that he's not sure that they can make this affordable housing. He keeps stating affordable as possible, depending on the cost of this project. And my concern is that it's pushing people on both sides of Truist who needing homes, who needs rental properties out of the area. Just please take in consideration the historical on both sides of Truist, okay, and preserve that. This building is an eyesore and it doesn't fit. There's no other building of this size along the Truist corridor. This would be it. And it's an eyesore. So please take in consideration of our voices and listen to us. And I would also like another continuance for this, because I have neighbors who have for 7 times scheduled time off to come and speak to, to your committee. And 7 times the developer has asked for a continuance. And here, this one time, we are asking for our voices to be heard, all of us who couldn't take off in a short notice, to please listen to us, and we were denied a continuous. That's all I'm asking, is for y'all to please hear our voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brett Creason, you can speak now.
Hi, Brett. We're having a hard time hearing you. So Brett, I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you. It doesn't seem like the connection's that great. Lisa, is there maybe somebody else we can go to and then come back to Brett to see if he can re-log into the meeting?
Susan Laird, did you still want to speak?
I I do. Thank you for your time. Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you okay.
I just have.
So if we can mute Mr. Creason, that would be great.
He is muted. This sound is coming from someone else. I'm not sure who it's coming from. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay.
Should I talk over it? I would like to just a few quick things. I'll piggyback on what was said. I do not understand why, if they were granted continuance after continuance after continuance, and we're denied this one time we ask, I feel that you don't care what we have to say, and I kind of take issue with that, with all due respect. Anyway, just quickly, I think, given that we were told there's no picture plan for the west side, well, we don't even have to show you until we start building. I believe we were told there's not enough buffer in the back. I think there's more trees on Truce than what they're saying that they'll put behind our houses. And I'm sorry, I should have said, I'm Susan Layard. I own the house at 4533 Gillum Road. So this is directly in my backyard. When the building caught on fire, it took Fersati months to clean it up. I don't really think he cares about the area. There's no natural light study. How's our yards going to be affected? They're not adhering to Troost overlay. If the city planned and agreed on something, why, I'm wondering, you're not going to stick with that plan? That's all we ask. And make no mistake, I do want to be clear. I haven't heard anybody say yet that we on this block, we welcome development. We really do. It's not like we're trying to stop it. We want some development. We just want you to stick with the plan. We don't want you to open a door allowing this developer to come in. He doesn't care about the area. It's kind of a vanity project for him, and maybe that's not appropriate to say, but we all feel that way. And we just want to be listened to, and we want to have him adhere to the plans that everybody in the city already agreed on. And again, I would like to say I'm very disappointed we weren't allowed a continuance when they got continuance after continuance after continuance. That's really kind of ridiculous, guys. So
Thank you.
We have a
appreciate
lot
your
of
time.
issues.
Thank you.
Chair Crow, can I ask you a
Yes.
question?
Sure.
And not squelch any community conversation. I understand this is our first docket and we have 22 more to go. I'm wondering if we can hear from the developer, if he would be open to a continuance to September 21st. That gives them time off, the meeting to meet with the community to see if there are any resolutions that can be made with some of the setbacks and building height and that stuff, and then come back to us. If it's going to negatively impact them and not to have a continuance, then certainly we can move to a vote on this. But I think it will be in both the applicant's best interest to have another meeting with the community.
Okay. Let's,
Can I just add to that? Maybe the question I have is if they can have that west elevation by that time frame as well. And maybe also a daylight study, if they can comment on a cross-sectional study.
okay. Let's go ahead and finish with our public testimony, then come back to that with the applicant.
Jessica Thomas, you can speak next.
Lisa, I was one of the first people to speak. I don't have anything to add other than just I agree with what Shana and Sue and Wynn and Eric have said already.
That's right. Thank you. We have two more. I'm promoting LaVon Meyer.
Okay.
And Brett Creason is back as well. So we'll hear from LaVon Meyer first and then Brett Creason.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is LaVon Meyer and I live at 4535 Gillum. I have been in the neighborhood for approximately 6 years. And I'm also a board member of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. In addition to reiterating some of the comments that my neighbors have made today in terms of the lack of transparency about this process and the lack of engagement with the developer, I want the commission to know that our block has a history of engaging with developers, in particular Lance Carlton at UCB Properties. We successfully negotiated with him regarding the firehouse, and we initially had a lot of concerns, but we were able to reach a consensus on some of the parking issues, some of the noise and light buffering, and reach some agreements that, you know, it's not necessarily ideal, but we've been able to live with them. And we wanted to pursue a similar course of action with KC Outlook. We reiterate our desire to negotiate with them after a July 2020 Zoom meeting. Alan Hallquist, who was then the president of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, reached out to Jim Scott, the architect, and suggested that we wanted to meet, present some counter proposals. And it's my understanding that the Mr. Scott's response was, we don't see a need to meet with the neighborhood again. We've repeatedly told KC Outlook that we would support a 3-story development, approximately 37 feet, with adequate parking. And we've tried to negotiate, and our concerns have been basically rebuffed. And I want the commission to know that we are, like Sue said, willing to work with folks. We just want to be reasonable and to fit into the neighborhood parameters. And those are the truth overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're coming back to Brett Creason.
Yes, I promoted him, but I don't see him on here. If there's anybody else that's on here that's been promoted that hasn't spoken, if you can raise your hand. Okay, he's back on here. Let's see. Oh.
You say he's back on or no?
Yeah, somebody else must have. He was on.
Can you hear me?
And he's gone. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi. Hi, this is Brett Creason, 2630 Charlotte Street. I have some real concerns about all the glass in this building. It is an extreme bird hazard, during migration season. I was doing bird surveys for some of the problem Kansas City buildings around town, and I did it for like a month and a half, and I found over 100 birds. I don't think we should be continuing to build these buildings that have all this glass that is, like a magnet for birds and an extreme danger. I think we can build things that, that do not, cause these kinds of harm. So I just have a real big problem with all the glass in this design. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Is that everybody, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and close public testimony at this time and go back to the applicant. So applicant, obviously there's several concerns here that I think the commission is seeing from the residents that maybe have not been fully addressed. And going back to Commissioner Hill's comment or question about maybe it's an opportunity here to kind of hold on this case and come back at the second meeting in September if you've had another chance to meet with the public to talk some things through. And it seems like with all the continuances that have already occurred, may or may not be an issue, but there's been plenty of opportunity to have these meetings to get this worked out from that time. That's just my opinion. You're on mute again, Mr. Sterrett. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I don't think we oppose that. I do want to make sure that it's known why we had so many continuances. First, we have looked at the issue of whether the Cleaver Truist plan has precedence. It takes over the Truist overlay as far as guidelines. that addresses building height, uses on the site. I know the planning department and the law department had a number of meetings with each other regarding that very issue as to which plan would actually provide guidance. And the word came down to us that it was indeed the Troost Overlay District. And I know that some folks have mentioned that we are not in compliance, but I think you've also heard staff mention that indeed the plan is in compliance with the Troost Overlay District, and we believe that to be the case as well. If the commission wishes us to go back and do a natural light study and a west elevation and meet with the neighborhood again, that's fine, and we certainly respect that. I question whether or not that's going to be really that helpful in this matter. We've complied with the Troost Overlay, and I don't know that if other people think that it's another plan that we should be complying with, or that for some reason they believe that we don't. I don't know that that's really going to change anyone's minds. But we're happy to do whatever the commission asks us to do.
Yeah, I'm looking at the conditions here, and one of the conditions that we're going to add today is number 34, and that's the architectural of the west side. It also looks like there's a need for the light study as one of your conditions as well. And those are going to have to be submitted anyways prior to the council. This moves to council. So.
Well, actually, if I may, maybe there's some clarification from Olafu. The light study, which we actually have submitted, is a photometric light study that's required of all UR applications, and that we've done. That's ready to be reviewed. We have not done any kind of a natural light study, which is not required. And I would certainly agree that the west elevation as a condition, we can certainly do that. But it's again, we'll respect the wishes of the commission.
Could you clarify the parking? Because I believe in your presentation, you were applying essentially the affordable housing exemption, not necessarily the next to the public transit, and that's at 0.5 spots, correct?
Correct, and that's for the multifamily units.
Okay.
There is the exemption of any kind of off-street parking for commercial spaces, as long as certain uses don't meet a certain threshold as far as gross square footage, and that's what we're proposing. Much like what another project that I'm familiar with, done by Mac Properties at the intersection of Armour and Troost, a little further north, had been approved for as well. Where as long as we don't have more than 10,000 square feet of office, 4,000 square feet of retail, or 2,000 square feet of restaurant, that there would be no parking spaces that are required. And that's if you're within 1,000 square feet of a rapid transit line. The south phase, phase one, is without question within 1,000 feet of the BRT stop that's located at Cleaver 2 Boulevard and Troost. The north site is about 1,020 feet from that. And of course, that all kind of depends on whether what you're pointing to is on the city's GIS map accurate. But we felt, and I think the planning staff did as well, that 1,020 feet met the intent of the exception, and that north building would qualify for that parking reduction for the commercial space on the ground floor as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask Olafu, I just want to be 100% clear on this. With the Troost overlay standard, what is the building height maximum that it dictates?
The Troost overlay standard defaulted to the underlying zoning, and that's how we arrived at the 50 feet. The B3 zoning, B32 allows for a maximum of 50 feet, and that's how we came down to the 50 feet.
Okay. So just in my opinion, I think the cross-section study is important if they are asking for something beyond what typical zoning is dictating. But from what I'm hearing, it doesn't seem like they are. They are asking for a 50-foot building height, which is what the current zoning allows, and anyone that bought a property adjacent to it was aware that they may have a 50-foot building next to them, and their property probably reflected that in the price of it. And so I just want to be clear that I think that the west elevation is really important, and that should be something that is presented at least to council, and that the community can comment on that. But I don't necessarily have an issue with the building height if that came as part of the existing zoning.
If I could add something as well, Commissioner Sadowski, it's the underlying zoning not only has a 50-foot building height restriction, but has a rear building setback of 30 feet. The building at 50 feet is approximately 70 feet from the back of the property line of those properties to the west. The rear setback line is 30 feet. So without coming through for a UR rezoning, we could actually, if we weren't asking for abatement, construct the building at 50 feet and be just 30 feet from the back of the property.
Yeah, if we're discussing, do you want to keep on, Chair Crowell, do you want to keep on going with questions to the applicant, or?
Well,
Discuss
I think there's still some issues that haven't been addressed yet by the applicant that were raised by the, the public from their public testimony. And because one of the things I'm kind of curious about, not only from the applicant, but also with staff, is the rescinding of approval letters from the neighborhoods. I'm just kind of curious about that as well. And then from that, I think we kind of decide how we want to move forward with this project.
Mr. Chair, I'm unaware of any rescinding of any approval letters, and I haven't seen anything on Compass. Maybe I'm missing it, but I haven't seen anything. I'm unaware of any of those types of letters.
Okay. You see any?
Chair, I uploaded all the stuff I had. I'll go back to the public engagement and download any additional opposition and upload those to Compass also.
Okay, so it may have come in way past when we got our packet of information, I'm assuming.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Okay, so Commissioner Enders, kind of curious what you have to add here.
Well, I think that we're all in agreement that, additional communication on this project might help. But at the same time, I also, as I try to fully understand the application in front of us and also the Troost overlay, it's my understanding that the applicant's asking for one deviation, which we discussed. And I understand that the neighborhood feels as though there are a multitude of deviations being asked for. And everyone that we heard from seems to kind of have a similar perspective that this building is requiring a lot of, special treatment. And as I understand it from Olafu's presentation, it is just the one deviation of the length of the building. And I completely understand the concerns. If I were a neighbor behind, I would be concerned about light as well. Something I'd maybe like to hear from staff is if the worst case scenario, it's going to leave those homes in the building's shadow for a long period of time. Is there anything even that can be done with that? Or is this just useful information for everyone to understand? Or is it actionable information with which we can do something with? Because as I understand it, and as the applicant said, there are many ways a similar building could be built, and it would be allowed without coming through CPC. So I agree that more communication might make everyone feel better about the situation, but I think that there's been some misunderstanding, unfortunately, in that a lot of the public testimony we heard was very united and on the same page, but with what I believe is misinformation about what this application is actually asking for.
Commissioner Anders, there are two things being talked about regarding the light. My light study that's required by the zoning code is a photometric study, which is the light that will be done both for the parking and the building. and how that should be set at a, I think, 0-foot candle at the property line. We do not have a requirement in the zoning code for light study. And I think that usually comes when you get to certain skyscrapers. So you are correct. This building can be built without seeking incentive at this height and 30 feet from the property line to the west. That's a fact. So they're setting it about 70 feet, which would kind of move it away from the west property line before it even gets to the existing homes on Gillum.
So Olafu, just to clarify, so the only reason this is before us is the UR plan for the PIEA rezoning and then the potential variance from the Troost overlay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, okay.
If they were not seeking incentives, they would be allowed to go straight to building permit with the project, and they could potentially just go to BZA to get a variance for the building frontage. Yeah,
Okay.
the TCO.
Okay.
And it would just probably, because it's 80 units, they would just, I think, go with a project plan rather than a development plan. If it was 100 units, then you'd have kicked in a development plan requirement.
So Olafu, because they want to use incentives, is that what the applicant is saying that it needs in order to have this affordable, where they'll have conversations with the community about the price points? Because I agree with like Enders. First of all, when you drive along Troost and you see the blight that exists, like that car wash has been vacant for forever. And so to have an opportunity to put something on Troost that could be affordable, that offers some rental space in an area that needs it, I'm for that. And if the Troost overlay design is the prevailing guideline, it seems like they're within compliance of that with the 50-foot. I'm all about adding condition 34, which is the west elevation design. But unless it's just like goodwill and it doesn't cause any harm for the developer, I think that you have an opportunity to meet with the community. That is important. But if it's to Ender's point that like, hey, you can meet with them and they'll still come, have some concerns and it's not going to change the process, then I'm not for belaboring the inevitable, right? So can you speak to, like what is taking precedence here for us to be able to make a motion to either continue or to move it forward with these added conditions?
Like you said, if it will be up to the developer to offer goodwill to see if he can appease and meet with them. One of the reasons they said was that they got the plans late and they did not have enough time to comment. And they are correct because we were busy too. So we're not able to meet with them during that short time, trying to get ready for City Plan Commission and doing all that. So we were on the little crunch of time with the submitter, but it will be up to the developer if he wants to meet with them and then hopefully address this question with them one by one. And maybe they will be at least get a clearer answer rather than just hearing it now at the meeting. Also, I know that they were dislocated because even the developers group were up on the 26th floor and the residents were also on the 26th floor. I'm in the office, so we are all dislocated and luckily we were able to scramble to get back in different locations. So it will be up to Mr. Sterrett to make that decision.
Yeah, and I think Sterrett said he was open to it. And I'm just hesitant for September 7th because I know we already have a full docket. But if Mr. Sterrett, if you're okay, we're happy to make a motion to continue to allow you time.
If that's what the commission wishes, then we'll certainly abide by that and we respect that decision. Again, I don't know that it's really going to change much, as I've mentioned, but in light of communication and everybody being in different spots and everything, we can do that. We can certainly do the west elevation and we'll take a look at a natural light study. But I already know we had talked about that before and noted that because we've done those before, that it's not going to impact, we don't believe, those properties. And in fact, the main reason why it's only 60 feet deep, the building, was to make sure that we didn't have that impact on those properties to the west. But we can certainly provide that elevation and that study for the neighbors if the commission so chooses.
Can I also clarify, Olufu, like, because this has come up a number of times, whether we have all of the adequate elevations to make an opinion. And my understanding is that to have all 4 elevations is standard for a submittal. Am I incorrect in that? You're muted, Olufu.
Because this is a UR plan, they will also be required to submit a final UR plan prior to building permit. And yes, we will need that west elevation. When I said I want building elevation, it's actual architectural building elevation. And as you've heard, they've not done the final architectural plans for the building. So what they have given us so far is renderings of what the building will look like, but they've not given us that rendering of the rear, which would be the west elevation.
On that
Because,
note,
yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
and you can make it a quick answer since it's a long day, but my understanding was that I imagine there are a lot of things in flux. So based upon how this project progresses, based upon building rates, affordability of financing, et cetera, the floor plans might change, and therefore, exteriors can change and window placement might change. What is the expectation of, because as I looked at this, I just assumed you're not going to build, 3 sides that look like this and then the back side that doesn't, fit based upon the product they're trying to deliver. How much could it change from this stage to the next stage, and how important is it to have that 4th at this stage?
I say it's important since it will be facing the neighbors to the west. It's also, I don't expect it to change, because if it does significantly, that would trigger a major amendment, which means we have to come back to Plan Commission before we go on. So if they do anything that's major and staff considers major amendment, then it triggers going back and redoing the UR, and they would not want to do that. So they want to make sure that everything is in concert. So it's important that we do get that west, at least a rendering, so both staff, Plan Commission, and the neighbors have at least an inkling as to what it could look like. So I do need that west elevation.
Yep. Great, thanks.
I think I'm in favor of the project overall. I think it complies. We have to realize that to build affordable housing, we have to build more housing in general. But I do think to follow Commissioner Beasley doctrine, right, that we need all the pieces, and I think that west elevation is really key, especially for the neighborhood. So I would also be in favor of a continuance to get that before commission as well.
Oh, well, I can make a motion. Can I would like to move that docket item 1.1 and 1.2 be continued without fee to the September 21st, and adding condition 34, which is the west elevation.
And the expectation is that 34 is complete, right? Before.
Correct.
Yeah, cool.
Expectation is 34 is complete.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to continue this docket item 1.1 and 1.2 to the September 21st meeting without fee. And the expectation again is to take a look at the west side elevation and to work with the neighborhood, have a neighborhood meeting before coming back to our 21st meeting. Is that correct? Any other discussion from the commission before we go to roll call?
I think I would just make a comment that I hate to spend so much time talking about a case and end up in a place where we're just really just saying, hey, they need more information. So just in terms of like not wasting community time or staff time or our time, I just think it's important that before these kinds of cases get to us, that all the information is accurate. And to me, exterior elevations on all four sides is a big factor. So just want to reiterate that again.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley, are you still present? Okay. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Okay.
get to the, I couldn't get to the mute.
Okay. I know you said you were going to leave, so I'll start over. Commissioner Baker, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes in to continue docket item 1.1 and 1.2 to the September 21st meeting after more information is presented. So thank you for your time today, and we'll see you back then.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make clear on 1.1 and 1.2, we don't need to see the blight study again. I think we had that presentation today, and we don't need to have that again at the next meeting. Thank you for asking, though. Okay, let's move on. We're ready for docket item number 2.
Docket item 2, case number CPC 2021-00098. Request to consider amending a previously approved preliminary development plan in District UR, which also serves as a preliminary plat, to allow for new uses at Antioch Crossing, which is located at Shoto Traffic Way and Vivian Road. Olufek Baji is the staff planner.
Olufu, you're on mute, my man.
Sorry about that. Can you please promote Dave Horn, Chris Holmquist, Nick Heiser, and Dan Horn? This next case is up in the Northland, just south of Gladstone, where my arrow is pointing. Is the Antioch Crossing Shopping Center, just at the northeast corner of North Antioch and Vivian Road. Again, this is the overall Antioch shopping center, currently zoned UR. And the request before you is to rezone it from UR to UR for the purpose of amending the existing development plan to allow for uses and then subdivision of lot 15. This was last amended back in 2012, and that amendment allowed for about 506,000 square feet of commercial, residential, office, and retail uses on 17 lots with about 2,200 parking spaces. Most of all the site have been redeveloped except for a couple of vacant outlots and the CS building, which is lot 15, and that's part of this amendment. This amendment will allow for further subdivision of the CS parcel to make it viable for redevelopment. This is the approved plan as it sits. So the anticipation was the CS building, which is on the eastern, on the northern edge, northeast to my right. So the CS building where my arrow is, was to remain as is with the tire and battery shop along Shoto Traffic Way. The development summary, it's about overall acreage is about 43 acres. And the existing plan or the proposed amendment will do the following. It will allow for the reuse of the existing CS building for potential self-storage facility. It will also allow for separation of the ancillary tire and battery shop to be its own standalone building. And then this UR plan also serves as a preliminary plat to further subdivide lot 15 into 3 lots, and it also provides for a future lot, outlot, which will be 15C, and that makes it possible for future development also. This will also allow for completion of a trail along the east side of Shoto Traffic Way to tie in with the Big Shoal Trail. No additional modifications or addition is planned to the remainder of the shopping center. So the overall project focuses just on the right side, which is the Sears lot, this parcel. So the existing Sears building has multi-story. It's due to the change in grade on the site. The lower level comes out on Shoto, and upper level comes out along North Antioch. This is a view of the site looking west from Shoto. This is a view of the site looking south. So this is the building as it comes out. This is a view from Antioch with the building in the background and the rest of the shopping center, which has Burlington Coat Factory and other inline retail stores along the front. So this is the proposed plat to subdivide the tire and battery shop into 15A. The Sears building will remain as 15B with some parking along the front, and then 15C will be made available for potential future outlet. Staff's recommendation of this is for approval, subject to the 28 conditions, and I'll take any comment or any questions.
Olaf, I have a quick question. As part of the UR rezoning, do they have to specify the uses as part of their requirements? Is that why they said self-storage for Sears, and or is that just extra information that they provided?
No, it's also to amend it to allow for self-storage. If
Okay.
self-storage doesn't go in there, it could be used for their retail commercial uses. But because self-storage was never identified as part of the UR, they added it. Self-storage is first allowed in a different district, and they
Okay.
allow certain, I think it was B3 uses for storage. Self-storage is first allowed in the B4. So they are making that available. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission to staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then.
This is Dave Horn. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I think Olafu did a great job of summarizing everything we're wanting to accomplish. I think everybody probably on the commission understands that retail big box users like Sears are kind of a hard thing to replace. We've been trying that for quite some time without success. And so consequently, we've been approached, as you're aware, or maybe you're not aware, we do have a self-storage facility adjacent to the Sears building. It's managed by Extra Space Storage, very first-class storage facility. And there's definitely demand for more self-storage in the Northland here. Consequently, we wanted to ensure as we pursue this that the UR plan allowed for it. In addition, and Olafu had referred to the splitting the original lot 15, which was the entire Sears parcel, into 3 separate parcels, one being the main Sears building, one being the Sears tire and battery facility, and the third parcel for future development of retail that is on the western portion of that lot and sits up on Antioch. The Sears tire and battery facility, and I didn't see it in the notes here, but it's in the schedule of uses. We had requested and staff had recommended approval of the use of that Sears tire and battery facility as either tire and battery facility or office warehouse type use. And I think, other than that, we're obviously in concurrence with all the conditions that the city staff has put forward, and we're looking forward to moving forward.
Okay,
This
thank
is,
you.
sorry, this is Chris Holmquist with Olson. I did want to clarify, we've been in correspondence with Morgan Pemberton City Planning about conditions 1 and 2. And we've requested those be removed, and she is in agreement with that. Olaf, I believe, was copied on those emails that were taking place on Friday. So we would just request that conditions 1 and 2 be removed.
Did receive confirmation from Morgan, and she came over and talked to me this morning. So yeah, we can remove 1 and 2.
Great.
Okay, so Olaf, we're just going back, and the addition of the self-storage at the Sears site, is that added to the face of the revised UR? And the same with the tire battery office warehouse for the other parcel, is that also added to the face of that, or
Yes.
is that a document or something?
That's been added to the face.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. Is there anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 2? If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. With that, if there's no further discussion, I'll take a motion from the commission.
I'm probably gonna be a no on this. The self-storage kind of hurts my heart a little bit. I think this is a pretty vibrant area with lots of different commercial, and it reminds me of the spot over on Shawnee Mission Parkway where they're building a brand new self-storage when there could be better uses. So I'm gonna be a no on this.
Okay. Any other commissioner have comment or would like to make a motion?
I just have I think I'm in support of the project, but I think it's an interesting sort of juxtaposition of we're approving a ton of retail in other spaces, and then in this space, we're saying retail doesn't work. So I'm just curious what that means as a general statement. I'm trying to understand, is it because this particular area is oversaturated with big box retail, or and maybe the applicant can speak to that, but if their thought is that self-storage is the highest and best use here, I'm willing to go with that. But I also feel like we hear a lot of conversations about why we need to expand retail. So maybe they can speak to that specific to this site and other sites that are more conducive for it.
And once again, this is Dave Horn. Actually, I guess my response to that would be, and it's not just happening at Antioch Crossing, but it's everywhere in the country. That Sears store is 128,000 square foot box store. And every retailer now I'm not going to say there aren't any, obviously there are the Costco's of the world and the Walmart supermarkets, but you go up and down the line with the larger users. We have, and I'll use Burlington, for example. We did a Burlington store out at our Blue Ridge development years ago. It's 60,000 square foot store. We did a redevelopment of the Burlington store here at Antioch. They shrunk their square footage from approximately 86,000 down to 55,000. We are in discussions with Burlington at our Metro North development, not serious discussions at this point, but in discussions. And their current footprint of their store is around 30,000 square feet. It's just that those big box stores, and you can go up and down the line, Jones store, Montgomery Ward's, the reductions with JCPenney's, Sears throughout the country, they're just not conducive for retail use in their current state. And there is a significant demand for additional self-storage in the Northland. And in our opinion, and I'll be honest, I'd love to have, Von Mauer call me up and say, we would like to move into the Sears building. but we've been trying this for like 5 years. And we believe that self-storage is the highest and best use for that facility.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly empathize with Commissioner Baker. I feel as though what I've found in my conversations are exactly in line with what the applicant has said. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve docket item number 2, removing conditions 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion for approval of docket item number 2 with removal of conditions 1 and 2. Lisa, can you take roll call, please? And remember, Commissioner Beasley is out at this time.
Commissioner Baker,
No.
Crowell,
Yes.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes 5-1 for approval of docket item number 2. Thank you and good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
Yep. All right, let's, so I'm looking at the time, it's 11:40 right now. I'd like to get through the next 3 cases before we take a lunch break. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, so let's keep moving ahead. Docket item number 3, please, Joe.
Docket item 3 is case number SUP 2021-00040. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental in District R 7.5 located at 6901 Manchester Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. Bear with me while I share my screen. Okay, 6901 Manchester Avenue. This is the subject site of this case. It is currently zoned R 7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental in the R 7.5 zoning district. Public engagement meeting does apply to this case, and that meeting was hosted by the applicant and occurred on July 27th. The subject site is in the southeast portion of Kansas City towards Raytown. This is a close-up of the site. It is highlighted in yellow. I-435 is to the west, and then the Newcomers Floral Hills Funeral Home and Cemetery is to the east. On the screen, you will see some of the review criteria for a special use permit. A short-term rental at this location does not appear to pose any conflicts with the code. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, are there any questions from the commission to staff?
Was this is this before us because they were not unable to get to 55% adjacent neighbors to sign off?
Short-term rentals who have previously been operating prior to the adoption of the ordinance in an R 7.5 districts needs to obtain a special use permit to continue operation.
Okay, so this was prior to the ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Then, okay.
And there is a proof of that in the staff report.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. If the applicant's available.
I don't see the applicant. There is someone named Melissa Tate that's got their hand raised. I'm not sure if she's with the applicant. I will promote Melissa just in case. Melissa, are you representing the applicant on this case?
This is Mike Arnone.
Okay. Mike, you're the applicant, so go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, I've applied for the short-term rental. I'm not sure. Am I on video or just audio?
You're on audio, and if you could turn video on, that'd be great. And then state your name and address for the record, please.
Excuse me. Tate, can you turn this video on, please? I'm sorry, this is above my pay grade. My name is Mike Arnone. My address is 1718 Brooklyn Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64127.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your project and why you want the special use permit for this project.
Yeah, so there are 3 roads to getting a special use permit. 1, if you're in a UR, just register. 2, if you're in a, I think R6, you have to get the consent of the neighborhood, 55%. But in this case, because of the zoning was R7.5, the city only allows for the short-term rental if you do a special use permit. And so that's what that's the process that we've been going through here for a couple of months, kind of sorting our way through it. We did operate this property prior to the existence of the ordinance, the current ordinance. And we did that without any sort of complaints from the neighbors. But when the ordinance was passed, we decided to close that property. We do successfully operate a property called the Casey Castle over in Beacon Hill. I think we've done that without complaints for over 2 years. And we have a third property that's come online as well. We did discuss with the neighbors and there were no objections. And also we feel like we're in a good location because we're over by the zoo, the theater and the park. And we do get a lot of families when we advertise. We do kind of, we make it very clear that it's not an event space on our properties, that's, we do make all tenants sign a lease. And also we have a 3-night minimum, which really weeds out, the bad actors who want to come and party for a night or 2. We do have a professional cleaning company. They manage or clean about 30 Airbnb properties in the city. And so we do hear a lot of the horror stories that some of the other hosts have to deal with. I don't want to take up a bunch of time because I know you guys are busy and I do not want this to get continued, but I did want to have a quick discussion about condition number 6. I didn't see it as necessary because if there is an issue and the city needs to revoke the special use permit, they have per ordinance under 552, they have all the tools they need to do that. I don't understand why we need this to be just limited to 3 years.
I can let staff answer that, but from my standpoint, it's a 3-year special use permit. That way we can come back. If everything's going well, then we can take the time limit off of that. So it's just a matter of a check and balance for everybody to make sure everything's going well and neighbors don't have an issue.
And Anna was kind enough to explain it to me, and that so again, we're just here to hopefully get a recommendation to approve, and so we can move forward and operate with our special use permit.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If anybody's available to talk about docket item number 3, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony for docket item 3. Anything else you'd like to add, applicant, before we speak amongst the commission?
Just that, we definitely plan to follow all 6 conditions, and then we feel like this is good for the neighborhood. It is kind of a bit of a declining neighborhood or decline neighborhood, probably from what its peak was. And after seeing if 45th and Truth is considered blighted, then I think, this is definitely good for the neighborhood and good for people coming to Kansas City. They want a nice place to stay within the city limits. And we plan to make sure it's a problem-free property.
All right, thank you. With that, Commission, any comments you'd like to make? Or otherwise, I'll take a motion.
Chair Crowell, I'll go ahead and move to approve docket item number 3 with conditions.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3. Lisa, can you go through roll call on that motion, please?
Who was it that seconded?
Commissioner Hill?
Okay, gotcha. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes. Thank you for bringing your project in, Mr. Tate, and good luck on the next step.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Yep. Okay, let's go ahead then with docket item number 4. Yeah, let's go with number 4. Is this
Docket
the same-
item,
Just Joe, this is the same applicant for 4, 5, and 6. Is that correct?
that's correct.
So we open all 3 up before going to lunch, or just 4 and 5?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Do you want me to read them all 4 now and you would just take a present 3? I mean, I think Anna probably has 3 different presentations. I'm not totally sure.
I do.
Okay.
Let's do them individually. So let's
Okay.
go with number 4 first.
Docket item 4, case number SUP 2021-00051. Request to approve a special use permit in District R 7.5 for a short-term rental at 10638 Bales Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. Ten 63-8 Bales Avenue is in the R 7.5 district. This is a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental in the R 7.5 zoning district. Similar to the last case, this is being brought before you because the special use permits for STRs are required for short-term rentals that were operating prior to the ordinance. This location is in the southern portion of Kansas City towards Grandview. This is an aerial view of the site. It is highlighted in yellow. Again, on the screen showcases the review criteria for a special use permit. That's my staff report. My apologies. A short-term rental in this location does not appear to be in conflict with the code. One item that I do want to note that there was one piece of correspondence that we received from the public in regard to this case, and it is in support. It is attached to the staff report. Staff recommend approval with conditions. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions from the commission on docket item number 4? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and welcome the applicant. Mr. Hartley?
Good afternoon, commission members.
Yeah, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Sean Hartley. My address is 2090 Durand Road in Fort Mill, South Carolina.
Right. Anything you'd like to add about this project?
No, I just welcome the opportunity to present the applications. We have reviewed the limitations, the conditions placed on the application by staff, and we wholeheartedly embrace those and are in support of those. I think that solves the number one concern that neighbors had when we had our meeting was large gatherings, having too many people at the home. And so we are 100% on board with the recommendations of the staff to have a maximum occupancy at the properties And I think that would be a tremendous thing to implement to solve that number one concern by residents.
Okay. Go ahead. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
You said you're in South Carolina. Do you have a local group that manages the property?
Yes, we do. And so Robert Hartley is my uncle, and I'm just kind of helping him as an advisor on this. And yes, there is local management.
Is that the contracted company that goes by there every week or every day, or how does that work on your management company? Or is Robert the manager?
No, he is not manager. The managing entity is an entity that he owns. It's called H&H Management, and they have local contracted staff and a property manager there in Kansas City named Caitlin Dubon that looks after the property and does the day-to-day management.
And are they the ones that signed the lease agreements between the folks that are going to rent it and your company?
Yes. So my company, I'm just an outside advisor, kind of helping them with the presentation to the city and putting together the application. But H&H Management, the property managers, they engage with, will engage with potential renters and sign the lease agreements, all that sort of thing.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony for docket item number 4. If there's anybody that'd like to speak about this case, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Sean?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. This time we'll go ahead and close all testimony and just speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, we'll go ahead and take a motion.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 4 with conditions.
Okay. I've got a motion. I need a second.
Second.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 4 with conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes for docket item number 4. Thank you for bringing that in and good luck with this project, and I understand you're the applicant for the next 2 cases, so hang tight. Let's go ahead with docket item number 5, Joe.
Case number SUP 2021-00052, a request to approve a special use permit District R 7.5 for a short-term rental located at 10636 Walrond Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. I will move through these other 2 properties fairly quickly because, as we've mentioned, this is the same applicant in the exact same neighborhood as the prior case. And the public engagement occurred on the same day, and the proof of prior use as a short-term rental, they're all attached to the respective staff reports. So as you see on the screen, docket item number 4 is highlighted in orange, and now we're focused on 10636 Walrond Avenue, which is in yellow. Oops. Per my last presentation, the criteria for approval is on the screen. A short-term rental in this location does not appear to have any conflicts with the code. One item of note is that there were 2 items of correspondence in opposition to this STR, and those are also attached to the staff report. Staff recommends approval with conditions, and that concludes my staff report.
Okay, any questions from the commission to the applicant on docket item number 5? All right, seeing none. Applicant, welcome. Anything to add on this docket item number 5?
Well, I might add briefly that you may be asking why there are multiple of these in the same neighborhood. And I would just mention that Mr. Hartley, my uncle, grew up in St. Catherine's Gardens. His childhood home was in the neighborhood. And so he has a special attachment to the area that's reflected here in having these grouped together. And again, we wholeheartedly embrace the conditions set forth by and recommendations by the staff on this. So thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant on this docket item number 5?
Yeah, can you speak to the 2 letters that were submitted?
Yes, certainly. So the recurring issue and concern that residents had was having large gatherings at the home if people overbook it. And I believe that the recommendations and conditions set forth by the staff to limit the occupancy to a maximum of 8 people or two persons per bedroom, whichever is lower. I believe that solves that issue. You can't have somebody come in and overbook the property with those limitations in place. And so we'll certainly comply with those if approved. Thank you.
So I guess that brings up the concern then, how are you going to manage that to make sure that that occurs if you haven't done it to date?
That's one of the directives I'm giving to the property manager as the outside consultant on this is you must adhere to, you've got to ask these questions and reject bookings that don't meet this criteria. So there will be a harsh requirement for the property manager to comply with this directive by the city.
Do you have a sample contract that you've sent to the city on this short-term rental that you would have in place between those renting your house and the actual house?
So the platform, I believe, provides that. The platform of choice for these properties previously, and if approved, would be through Airbnb, and we would use whatever their boilerplate agreement is. I believe complying with my opinion of complying with the cap on the property is going to be an underwriting thing that the property manager has to actively engage in conversation with these interested parties before they book the property to weed out those that do not meet the necessary criteria.
And do you have a minimum amount of days that you rent these facilities out?
We will set it at 3 days. For the same reasons noted in the previous applicant in their testimony.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, you might need to state your name and address for the record again, please.
Right. So Sean Hartley, and my address is 2090 Durand Road in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'll also note I'm speaking in future tense because these are not currently operating. And so when I'm saying in the future, it will be 3-day minimum. It's because they're not currently operating. So I'm speaking in future tense in that regard.
Okay, so when does that go into play? After approval of the special use permit, or is that something you can implement now?
So that would come into play after approval of the special use permit. Currently, the properties are not being offered for lease.
It's not been, okay.
Yeah, the letters certainly imply that it has been actively used recently.
Yes, so it has operated prior to the enactment of the ordinance, and it's operated after that. But based on not having the special use permit, we recently shut down operations when I became involved to put forth a good faith effort to comply with the law and the ordinance. So yeah, there has been recent bookings, but currently there are none, pending the approval of the application.
Yeah, this email from July 16th implies that, within the last week, there were 9 cars at that location.
So yes, it has been operating up until very recently. And separately, the applicant is working through some citations related to that through legal counsel, but again, trying the very best here to obtain the required permit so that we can be in compliance with the ordinance.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak on behalf of docket item number 5, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then for docket item number 5. Anything else you'd like to add, applicant?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I'm going to be a no on this. It seems that there's problems with this house and using in this neighborhood, and people are not receptive to this application.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to recommend denial on case number 5.
Second.
okay, so I've got a motion and a second to deny docket item number 5. So your vote in favor of that means that you're denying the case. If you vote against the motion, then we'll see what happens then. So Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
No.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like docket item number 5 has been denied through the planning commission. All right, so that's it's been denied 5-1. So it looks like we're ready to go on to docket item number 6, and then after 6, we will take a lunch break here.
Chair, can we just reiterate to the public watching that we are a recommending body? And so
Yep.
there is an opportunity for the applicant to either stop here or move to city council. And so,
Well, yeah, this one actually is a special use permit, so it'll go through the Board of Zoning Adjustments for final approval. Okay. So
Anna,
let's go
could
ahead.
you, I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Mr. Chair, I was just, since that was mentioned, I thought Anna could clarify if she knows what the Board of Zoning Adjustment date might be for anyone listening.
September 14th.
Thank you. The next item is docket item 6, case number SUP 2021-00053. This is also a request to approve a special use permit in District R 7.5 for a short-term rental located at 3501 East 106th Terrace. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. As mentioned, this proposed STR is within the same neighborhood as the following 2 cases: the property on Bales, property on Wall Run, And the property highlighted in yellow is 3501 East 106 Terrace. The criteria for approval is listed on the screen. A short-term rental at this location does not appear to pose any conflicts with the code. We did not receive any public correspondence about this case. Staff recommend approval with conditions. That concludes my staff report.
Okay, any questions from the commission to staff about docket item number 6? Not seeing anyone, so we'll go ahead and welcome the applicant again for the third time. Mr. Hartley, welcome. Please state your name and address again for the record.
Thank you. I'm Sean Hartley. My address is 2090 Durand Road in Fort Mill, South Carolina.
Okay, anything you'd like to state about docket item number 6?
Certainly, so I would reiterate my earlier comments about embracing the limitations and conditions set forth by staff. I would also note on this property, during our public engagement process in the Zoom call, we had two residents who were in support of this property. One who would like to book it for a family coming into town, and another a couple doors down that had no issues with the property and embraced the ownership's pursuit of this special use permit application. So thank you very much.
Okay, any questions from the commission to the applicant regarding docket item 6? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If anybody out there from the public would like to speak about docket item number 6, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon in order.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else, applicant, you'd like to state about this case?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, so at this time, we'll close all testimony then, and we'll just speak amongst the commission. If there's no questions or comments, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, move to approve docket item number 6 with conditions.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Yes. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like motion passes for docket item number 6. Thank you for bringing all your projects in, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Okay, so at this time, I think we need to take a lunch break, grab a bite to eat, go to the restroom, get something to drink. If we can, it's 12:10 right now. If we can be back in about, is 15 minutes enough, or need 20? 15 minutes in, so we'll be back about 12:25. See you all then. Thank you. I hope everybody was able to have a productive break. Even though it's short. Commissioner Rojas, I think you have the most comfortable chair out of all of us.
Well, it might be too comfortable. I might, I might switch it to an iron chair.
Gotcha.
Very old, about 70 years old.
Still looks great. So Commissioner Hill, you back? Sarah, you back? Joe?
I'm here.
Okay. Hopefully we've got everybody available. Let's go ahead with docket item number 7.
Right, docket item 7 is case number SUP 2021-00064. This is a request to approve a special use permit renewal to allow the continued operation of a short-term rental on about half an acre located at 8725 Sycamore Avenue. Jared Clements is a staff planner.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Bear with me one moment while I share my screen. All righty, can you all see that?
Yes.
Perfect. So before us, as Joe said, we have docket item number 7. This is a special use permit to continue operating a short-term rental in zoning district R-75. That is the reason why they need a special use permit. As mentioned in previous cases, short-term rentals are not allowed in R-7.5 unless they've been continually operating since prior to adoption of the ordinance. The applicant has met the public engagement requirement. They held their meeting on August 9th, 2021. So this is the site location. It is within the boundaries of the Hickman Mills area plan, just near the southern border of Raytown. More specifically, it is near the intersection of Sycamore Avenue and East 88th Street. Let's see. So some key points. This is an existing non-owner occupied short-term rental. Staff has received 1 letter of support from an adjacent property owner that is available on Compass KC. We have received nothing in opposition. The conditions attached to the case are that the applicant must renew this special use permit every 3 years and must keep the registration up to date. The original special use permit expired this year. It was adopted in 2018. So that is why it is before us today. Staff finds that this proposal generally meets the special use permit approval criteria. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommends approval with conditions as listed in the attached report.
Okay, any questions from the commission to staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant, if the applicant is available.
I've promoted Joanna Karpinska. She's on now.
Hello.
Hi, Joanna. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Joanna Karpinska, 8721 Sycamore Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64138.
Okay.
So I actually live next door to my own property. It's 8721. The one that I'm renting is a short-term rental is 8725. So I'm just also a neighbor here. So it's in my own interest that it keeps being quiet and safe neighborhood. So I do know all my neighbors here. They know I have been operating it since 2017. I'm very selective with whoever I have on my property. I do not allow more than 3 people. There is one car garage. Most of the time, people don't even know anybody is in the house because travelers, they just kind of come in and out. They mainly come to just refresh themselves and to do whatever purpose brings them to Kansas City. So I do have a limit of 3 nights. My average stay was between 5 and 28 nights. It's mainly business travelers or people who are looking to relocate to Kansas City. They just need a housing. So temporarily before they find something permanent. I don't know. I'm just really careful who I have here, and I've been a super host, and I take very good care of my property. I've never had any issues so far.
Okay, so you operate and maintain it yourself?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. All right, any questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add? Ms. Karpinska?
No, thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and talk amongst the commission. If there's nothing to add, then I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item number 7.
Second.
With conditions?
Sorry, with conditions noted.
Okay, you still second that motion?
I do.
Okay,
Second.
perfect. Okay. So we've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye, can barely hear you.
can you hear me better now?
Oh, yeah, that's a lot better.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 7. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck with your project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, ready for, so the next case 912. Are they, I guess we're ready for that, Joe?
Yeah, 9 and 10 are both the same applicant. These are just different properties. And I'm assuming Jared has different presentations for each.
Okay, so let's do one at a time, but why 9-1 and 9-2? They're the same text.
It's a
for the-
duplex.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep. So it's one short-term rental, special use permit per short-term rental.
Gotcha.
So if there's 2 in a building, there's 2 SUPs. Docket item 9.1, case number SUP 2021-00045, a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental on about 1/10 of an acre at 212 West Armour Boulevard. Docket item 9.2, case number SUP 2021-00046, a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental at the same location, just different unit. Jared Clements is our staff planner.
Alrighty, so these are docket items 9.1 and 9.2. The zoning is R-0.5. They are seeking the special use permit for this short-term rental because the applicant was not able to obtain consent from at least 55%. Sorry, that's an error in my slideshow of adjacent property owners. They did hold a public engagement meeting July 12th, 2021. This is the subject site location. It is within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's near the northeast corner of Armour Boulevard and Central Street. Some key points. There are 2 non-owner occupied short-term rental SUPs in this duplex. Staff has not received any letters in support or in favor of this request. The conditions attached are that the applicant must renew the special use permit every 3 years and must keep the registration up to date. Staff has determined that this application generally meets all applicable review criteria for a special use permit. Staff recommends approval with conditions as listed in the attached report. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions from the commission for staff on docket items 9.1 and 9.2? You said you have not received, let's see, you received letters not in support, is that correct?
Sorry if that was confusing. I have not received any letters in favor or in support, neither.
Okay.
I've received
gotcha.
no letters.
Okay, thank you. All right. If nobody else has any questions, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
I'm promoting Tom and Sophia Sharkey right now.
Okay.
Hello, how's my audio? Can everybody hear me?
Yes. Yeah, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Tom Sharkey. My address is 1042 East 5th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay.
So I am asking for approval for this property. It's a duplex. There's 2 listings. Both are 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom. I'm very well aware of the regulations for how many guests can be in this place. It'll be 5 guests per unit, up to 5 guests. And so I reached out to the neighbors, and there's Mac Properties. A lot of the neighbors didn't get back to me, or I couldn't get a hold of them, either because they're cloaked by an LLC. So I wasn't able to retrieve 55% approval, mainly because it's Mac Properties is the predominant property line around this property. I'm a professional property manager for short-term rentals in the area. I live right in the River Market area. I was born and raised in Kansas City, so I'm always in this area. So I just like to go over some of the protocols that we use to manage this place very well. And one of the things that we do is we attract traveling professionals. And so whenever COVID-19 broke out, we opened the doors to a lot of traveling nurses. I used to be a traveling medical professional myself. And there's definitely a need for traveling nurses and traveling doctors. And so during COVID, we amongst my other properties, we opened the doors and we're able to help out some of the hospitals by getting some temporary housing for traveling nurses. And there are people who book it for weekend trips and to have a great night on the town. However, there's a lot of other factors that why people would travel to Kansas City. Mainly small businesses is another predominant one, and people in between buying and selling homes. So just to advocate for the short-term rental industry, there's a dire need for short-term rentals in the city for these professionals, as many of them don't want to stay in a hotel because there's a lot of shared spaces, and with COVID-19, that just poses a risk. So, and then, there's just the unique experience of having a short-term rental. Some of the techniques that we use to screen our guests and make sure that we're hosting responsibly is we interview each potential guest. We just ask them the reasons of their visit, and we review the house rules, that there's no parties allowed, no illegal activity allowed. And then we always ask them the number of guests that they're bringing. And then on the platforms, we have the number of guests capped out at that adheres to the regulations. We go over the house rules in the messages multiple times prior to them booking and before they even arrive. We also have printed rules inside the house. We have noise monitoring sensors inside the house, and this tracks decibel levels. So anytime it goes above a threshold, usually it's about 75 decibels, that indicates, then we start to have more contact with them, and we text them, we call them and see what's going on. If there's absolutely no answer, we go knock on their door and we see what's going on. So we're very hands-on, very professional. We want the guests to have a really great time, but at the same time, respect the neighbors, respect the community. We take that very seriously. We also have video surveillance on the exteriors, so we're able to monitor how many people are entering, and we have this on all points of entry of the building, so back door and front door. In regards to this property, during our neighborhood meeting, there were some neighbors that had concerns of the parking in the back, and I told them that that is off limits to all guests. That'll just be predominantly because it's kind of a shared parking lot with other properties in that area. So I've clearly told all guests to not park back there, and then it'll just be me parking there, sometimes my cleaner, and then we were rehabbing the upstairs unit, just doing some light cosmetic rehab upstairs. So there were some temporary workers parking back there as well. So that's it from my end. We manage this very professional. We understand the balance of respecting the neighbors, respecting the community, but we also know that there's a need for traveling nurses, for housing for traveling nurses, as this is close to many hospitals, Children's Mercy, St. Luke's Hospital, Truman Medical Center, KU Medical Center, and research. And we want to continue to serve that population, especially during these times of need.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak about docket items 9.1 and 9.2, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon. Anybody raise their hand, Joe?
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add, applicant, regarding these docket items?
At the start, I read over the conditions, and we'll follow those conditions. That's all.
Okay. All right, this time we'll go ahead and close all public testimony for docket items 9.1 and 9.2. If there's any discussion from the commission, we'll do that. Otherwise, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket items 9.1 and 9.2 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 9.1 and 9.2 with conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of docket items 9.1 and 9.2. We appreciate you bringing it in, and I'm sure we'll be talking here in a second on docket item 10. So with that, let's go ahead and open up docket item 10, please. Is that something you can do, Lisa?
My apologies. I was muted.
Okay.
Case number CD SUP 2021-004. Oh, sorry, that's case 9-2. My apologies. Docket item number 10.1 and 10.2. This is SUP 4748, Tom Sharkey's STRs, a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 2745 Home Street, and Jared is the staff planner associated with this case.
All right. So as Anna was kind enough to say, this is docket items number 10.1 and 10.2. The location of the subject site is 2745 Home Street. It is zoned R-2.5. The applicant, similar to the last case, was not able to obtain consent from at least 55% of adjacent property owners. They did hold a, public engagement meeting on July 12th, 2021. This is the subject site. It is within the boundaries of the greater downtown area plan. More specifically, it's on Home Street, just south of East 27th Terrace. Some key points. These, once again, 2 non-owner occupied short-term rentals in a duplex, an SUP for each. Staff has received multiple letters in opposition to the request. These letters did come in after the compilation of staff report packets. They're available on Compass KC. There is 6 in total, I believe. The conditions for the case are that the applicant must renew the SUP every 3 years and must keep the registration up to date. Staff has determined that this application generally meets all applicable review criteria for the special use permit. Staff recommends approval with conditions as listed in the conditions and corrections report. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Jared, what was the general statements as to why they opposed in those 6 letters?
Generally, concerns with there being short-term rentals taking up the space of the housing market was the general gist of it, as well as concerns with the transient nature of a short-term rental with strangers moving in and out of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for commission to city staff?
One more. Were any of the letters about past use of the space, or is it more general in nature?
More general in nature. I didn't see any specific complaints with current usage. I'm not sure. We'll have to ask the applicant if it is currently operating.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's go ahead and welcome the applicant again. Mr. Sharkey, welcome back.
Yep.
You state your name and address again for the record, if you don't mind.
Yeah. My name is Tom Sharkey. My address is 1042 East 5th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. And this unit is not operating as a short-term rental. There are long-term tenants in there right now. My client, I'm the property manager of this place, and my client purchased it over the summer, and we inherited the tenants. The tenants have, we'll just say that they've definitely abused the property, and so we're looking for another strategy so that it's much easier to keep up with. We did a property tour of the place, and it was really poorly taken care of by the tenants. So this short-term rental strategy is for the betterment of the upkeep of the property, and then it's so close to Children's Mercy and there's Truman Medical Center, and so we really want to cater to those traveling professionals for hospitals, in addition to the revitalization of Kansas City for the travelers to enjoy the Kansas City and all the business activity that's growing in Kansas City. Let's see, we're not operating it right now. There's street parking. We had a meeting with the neighborhood, and we went over the parking. Some people had some parking concerns. I would argue that there will be less parking on the street versus the current, because right now there's approximately 8 to 10 tenants in there right now. And so they're likely taking up 4 or 5, there could even be up to 10 cars on that street for them. I don't know. I don't have documentation of that, but as a short-term rental, there will be sometimes 0 cars, sometimes there will be a few cars, and there's generally enough parking on that street. Every time I visit it, there's several parking spots, even with the current state where there are people staying in this duplex. So again, I professionally manage it. I'm just right across town. I'm 10-minute drive away from all these places. Professionally manage it and clean it, and with the noise aware, the security cameras, we really keep an eye on things, and we really keep the community's character in mind whenever we're having guests. And we furnish these places to be beautiful. We furnish them to be high end, so we're attracting a professional crowd. And then just a little bit of insight into whenever we're selecting these properties to purchase for these short-term rentals, we are targeting busy streets. I don't necessarily target places that are nestled inside neighborhoods on quiet streets. Holmes is a very active street. There's lots of traffic there. There's actually a lot of businesses that are operating there too, and they would benefit from the short-term rental. Just having more circulation, more commerce coming through. So that's kind of the rationale for some of these places. Is I target places that already have some commercial activity, so the neighborhood should be pretty more desensitized to just the more commercial activity, more ins and out, the more it's just more transient. When there's businesses, you can expect more traffic on the street. So that's just a little insight into how I target these properties to do that. And then I just can't hit on it enough. We really professionally monitor these, and so that way there's qualified guests, and then in the wintertime we'll start accepting longer bookings where it's not even necessarily short-term rental. We've had people stay for 2, 3, even up to 5 months. So this will be, I want to get short-term rental approval, but we do fluctuate between short-term rental and actual month-to-month tenants too.
Okay, so like your minimum days are how many days? 3 days?
At this time, it's not up. We'll likely do three night minimum. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant regarding docket item 10.1 and 10.2? Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak about docket items 10.1 and 10.2, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else, Mr. Sharkey, on this particular docket item?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. You're good with, is there conditions on this one?
Yes, we are good with the conditions. We'll follow them.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close all public testimony and discuss amongst the commissioners. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Well, yeah, I like the approach that the applicant has taken to selection and then management, and can also empathize with the 6 letters of people saying they'd rather have, neighbors there that are permanent neighbors. I think that the city's done a good job, though, assessing when to allow short-term rentals, and seeing as there's no compelling reason today as to why we shouldn't accept it, I'll go ahead and move to approve docket items 10.1 and 10.2 with conditions.
Okay, we've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 10.1 and 10.2 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
No.
Corral,
Yes.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 5-1 for approval of docket items 10.1 and 10.2. Thank you for bringing your project in, and good luck with the next steps.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's move right on then to docket item number 11, please.
Docket item 11 is case number CPC 2021-00061. Request to approve a rezoning from District B1-1 to District UR Urban Redevelopment, and approval of a preliminary development plan to allow for a mixed-use development on about 1/4 of an acre located at the northeast corner of East 39th Street and Agnes Avenue. Jared Clemens is our staff planner.
Alrighty. As Joe mentioned, this is docket item number 11. Is my, 1 second here, move the Zoom screen over. Docket item number 11. It's located at 3841 Agnes Avenue. The existing zoning is B1-1. They are seeking approval of a rezoning in order to redevelop the existing building as a mixed-use commercial residential space. They held a public engagement meeting August 9th, 2021. This is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It is within the heart of the city area plan. This is an overview of the surroundings of the subject site. It sits at the northeast corner of 39th Street and Agnes Avenue. Staff believes this proposal complies with all approval criteria of section 88-15-08. Some key points from that. The redevelopment is planned to be mixed use, which is compatible with the character of the neighborhood, as well as in conformance with the heart of the city area plan. The utilities and infrastructure will be brought to city standard. I will note that the applicant has agreed to submit revised drainage plans to the Land Development Division after this meeting, but prior to going before City Council, which staff is supportive of. That is the only remaining correction on their conditions and correction report. The plan is not expected to detrimentally affect nearby properties. It calls for 5 residential units and 3,600 square feet of office space, which is anticipated to bring more activity to the area. And the property is meant to be an incubator for developing businesses. A few other key points. The proposal has been granted a waiver by the Transportation and Development Committee regarding the requirement to dedicate right-of-way along 39th Street. This was necessary due to the fact that the building sits on the property line and therefore physically cannot dedicate right-of-way without demolishing some of the building. The proposal is in conformance with the lot and building standards, except for a requested deviation from the parking and loading standards. They require 9 parking spaces be provided. The proposal includes 5 spaces. Staff is in support of this request as the proposed uses are anticipated to create parking demand at opposing hours. Staff recommends approval with conditions. This concludes my presentation. I believe the applicant is here and will answer any questions you may have, as will we.
Okay. Any questions from the commission regarding docket item number 11? Okay, not seeing any. let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Can you tell me who the applicant is? Travis
Travis Wilson.
Okay.
I saw Addison Bliss in there as well. I'm not sure if he's speaking also.
Yeah, I'll cover this today. Addison has another meeting that we're working on right now, so it's hard to plan on when we're going to be up on these guys.
Yeah.
We had a full docket today. Jared, thank you for presenting the project. As stated, you know, this is a project of revitalizing an existing building there at the corner of 39th and Agnes. We've been through several public meeting processes on this building for various reasons. This is a project that's partially funded by the CCD grant. Dollars going towards this. It was applied for last spring and granted last spring. As Jared mentioned, you know, it's mixed use, looking at doing a business incubator space on the first floor and 5 efficiency lofts upstairs. Some of them are 2 bedrooms, or some are 1 bedroom, some are studio spaces. Includes creating a new parking lot. It's on an existing rear yard, I guess. As Jared also mentioned, significant work to the existing building just to revitalize and to restore it. It's a beautiful yellow color now, which it will not be much longer. We'll be stripping the yellow off, restoring the brick, you know, replacing windows, replacing storefront that used to be there. I think that the rendering that was presented, kind of the before and after shot, gives probably the best view of our vision for the project, to really, you know, transform the building. There's kind of 2 reasons why we're pursuing the UR rezoning. One reason is for tax abatement purposes. A developer owner wants to, you know, apply for tax abatement for property taxes. Additionally, everything that we're doing within the building is approved with the current zoning, with one minor exception. There's a small space on the first floor that we would like for it to be a catering type kitchen. And so it's just a small kitchen space where we would have, you know, different chefs could rent out the space and come in, prepare food for catering events, and then take it out of there. So it's not a restaurant space. We would never anticipate anybody eating there. It's purely just a kitchen space that has professional equipment in it. And it looks like that's probably not really allowed by the existing zoning. So that's another portion, or another reason why we are seeking the UR. I don't know if you have any specific questions. I'm happy to ask or answer anything you do have.
First one, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Travis J. Wilson with Veritas Architecture and Design, office located at 707 North 6th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Just curious, what's the square footage of the smallest studio unit?
That's a question I don't have readily available. I want to say it's around 400 square feet. If you give me a minute, I can probably firm that up.
It's all right. I was just curious.
Sure. How much?
370.
370 says part of our illustrious staff. 370 square feet on that smallest unit.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? So we'll go ahead then and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak about docket item number 11, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. Joe, just because I can't remember, when you rezone to UR, do you have to have a blight study or is it, or no?
You have to have a finding of blight and adoption of a general development plan that occurs at or prior to the same hearing as the rezoning. And in this case, I believe they're utilizing an existing approved tax incentive program that's been approved by council in the past.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay, anything else, Mr. Wilson, on this project?
No, if you have no other questions, I don't need to waste any more of your time.
You've seen all the conditions and okay with those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and close all public testimony or all testimony and speak amongst the commissioners. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Oh, this project looks great. I'll make a motion to approve with conditions docket item number 11.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill, Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay. Looks like we got approval on the project and 6-1 or 6-0, sorry. And thank you for bringing it in and good luck with your project.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right. Let's move on to docket item number 12, please.
Docket item number 12 is case number ROW 2020-00005. Request to vacate a condominium plat known as the 1612 Jefferson Condominium on about 0.15 acres located at 1612 Jefferson Street to allow for the applicant to remove restrictions and requirements associated with the condominium plat. Zach Nelson is our staff planner.
Thank you. Zach Nelson, city planning staff. So this next case is located in the West Side neighborhood. A little more specifically, this is generally on the west side of Jefferson Street, south of 16th Street. And this is an existing building that's remained on the site for many years. Some surrounding land uses. There are single family homes to the south. There's a fairly new apartment complex to the north, and then there are condos to the east. And so the applicant is requesting to vacate the existing 1612 Jefferson condominium plat. And this request will only vacate the plat itself. It's not going to vacate any right of way or do any sort of physical changes to the building itself. It's just removing the plat. So this is looking west at the front of the building. And more specifically, the applicant is requesting to vacate this plat. The applicant stated that they have no current or future intent to use the property as a condominium complex or condo units. And as such, they would like to remove the restrictions and requirements that are associated with the plat. So that's kind of the reason for that. So staff has reviewed this request against all of the plat vacation criteria and believes that it complies with all of the criteria. As a result, staff recommends approval with the conditions in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff on docket item number 12?
Zach, so what does it, is that just like an addition to the plat itself? And so when you remove the condominium part, it just becomes a normal platting operation? I guess I don't know what ends up after the fact.
So essentially it'll just remove the plat altogether. So there won't be any plat restrictions of any kind with the existing building.
But it doesn't, I think he might be asking is if it affects the land, the platted land or platted lot. And it should not affect that.
No, it won't.
Right.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up to the applicant. The applicant, welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Michael DeBay. I'm an attorney with DeVries and Associates, PC. We're located at 3145 Broadway, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111, and we're the attorneys for the applicant G1 Real Estate 014 LLC.
Okay. Anything to add to the staff presentation?
Not much, as Mr. Nelson indicated. My client purchased this property with this plat in existence. For lack of a better description, this appeared to be a failed condominium project. The property was never converted into the condominium itself that the plat had anticipated. When my clients purchased the property, they purchased it with the intent of renting out the units to long-term tenants, just as the property had really always been used, and they continue to use it in that manner. Again, as Mr. Nelson stated, there's no development, redevelopment, any current plans whatsoever regarding the structure itself. My client just wishes to continue to use it as an apartment building without the restrictions of a condominium plat, without the plat identifying each separate condominium unit, which never existed, as a separate tax parcel, common areas as a separate tax parcel. So that is the purpose for requesting this vacation.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 12, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
I've promoted Richard Hernandez.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Hernandez. As you come off of mute, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Richard Hernandez, 2106 Holly. My question is, if it's not going to be a condo anymore, it's just going to be an apartment, but everything stays the same, taxes, everything like that is still the same. Because I don't quite understand what's going on.
Okay. Basically, I can let the applicant answer that if you like.
Sure. Just to clarify, the property was platted as a condominium, but was never used as a condominium and is not being used as a condominium. It's always been used as your standard apartment building and will continue to be used in that manner.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. A little confusing, but yeah. If everything's going to remain the same, I don't see. I just wasn't sure what was happening, but I think I got it now. Thank you.
Yeah, just so you understand that when it was platted as a condo, they could sell each unit, so a person could own each unit within the building. Whereas they're now removing that so they can actually rent it to somebody. They'll have to sell it off.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So it'll all remain the same as is. It's just renters.
Does that require neighborhood participation in that, or neighborhood meeting?
No, vacations don't require the standard public engagement meeting that's required for a lot of other projects.
Okay, I didn't think so. I mean, we didn't have one, so I'm just asking. Thank you. I'm done.
All right, thank you. So anybody else out there, Joe, that's raised their hand and would like to speak on docket item number 12?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But at this time, we'll go ahead and close all public testimony. I don't think there's really anything to address by the applicant unless you got something else to add regarding this project.
Nothing further. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 12 with conditions.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 12 with the conditions stated. With that, Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 6-0 for approval of the project as stated. So we appreciate you bringing it in and good luck moving forward.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to docket item number 13, please.
All right, docket item 13 is case number CPC 2021-00093. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to District B1-1 on about 1.5 acres located at 5200 Raytown Road. Zach Nelson is the staff planner.
Thank you. This next case is located on the city's east side near the city limits with Raytown. A little more specifically, the subject site is on the west side of Raytown Road, just north of East 52nd Terrace. And most of the property is currently undeveloped. However, there is a small existing building on the southeast corner here that's existed for many years. There's single family residential to the west, and then the River of Refuge is across the street to the east. So the applicant is requesting to rezone from R7.5 to B1-1. The existing building on the site has historically operated as various commercial uses since approximately the 1940s. And in 2018, there was a fire in the building, which basically caused the property to close and to not operate for many years. And there was a certificate of legal nonconformance that had existed, and that was lost due to the fire. And so that's really the reason for this request today, is to rezone the property to B1 to allow for the use to continue to operate as it historically has. So this is looking west at the building that exists on the site. Again, it's just a small building with parking in the front, and the rest of the site is undeveloped. So it's set back quite a ways from the residences to the west. There's also quite a few trees as well that provides visual screening. And then I just wanted to provide one more slide just showing this is directly across the street to the east, just to give some context in terms of what the surrounding land uses are. So staff believes that this is complies with all of the rezoning criteria. The proposed B1 zoning complies with the area plan's recommendation. Staff believes that all public facilities are adequate and that the property is suitable for the B1 zoning. And historically, as I mentioned, it has operated historically in a commercial use for many years. And so with that, staff recommends approval without conditions. And that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff? Seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Applicant, welcome.
Good morning, or good afternoon, actually.
Yeah, don't mind stating your name and address for the record?
That's Robert Hawkins. Address is 1358 Timber, Timber Ridge Road, Sunrise Beach, Missouri.
All right, thank you. Anything you'd like to add to Zach's presentation?
The only thing I'd like to say is that this property has been in my family since my grandmother moved the dairy farm from the center city out to the Raytown area, Jackson County, in 1922. The building was built about 1940-ish and was the milk store, the dairy product store for the family farm. To subsequently, cows were sold, the barn was torn down. My grandfather became a builder. The house or the building there was then rented out to various businesses, convenience store, barber shop, retail flower shop, TV VCR repair store. And for the last about 12 to 15 years that it was rented was a carry-out barbecue restaurant. in 2018. The tenant in the barbecue restaurant had a grease fire, and ultimately the inside needed to be renovated. Between discussions with the city and my insurance company, determined it could no longer be a restaurant, had it renovated as a retail outlet, such as a retail store, maybe an office. And then earlier this year found out that could no longer operate with the certificate of legal non-conforming, and with discussions with your staff have made the application for the B11 rezoning request to allow it to be operated, rented out, basically the way it's been for 40 years or 80 years. That's it.
Okay, thank you. A lot of history there.
There is.
Yeah. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open this one up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 13, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. And anything else to add, Mr. Hawkins?
No, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, then we'll go ahead and I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 13 without conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item 13 that has no conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Oh, Commissioner Beasley's back?
She'll probably catch the next one.
Yeah, but I just came in on the middle, Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, looks like the motion passes for docket item 13, 6-0. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck with this project.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. All right, so that moves us to docket item 15. Sorry, 15.
Docket item 15 is case number SUP 2021-00063. Request to approve a special use permit on about 10 acres to allow for gasoline and fuel sales at 5199 Northeast 80th Terrace. Zach Nelson is the staff.
Thank you. So this next case is located up north and is just south of 152. So more specifically, the subject site is on the east side of North Brighton Avenue with Highway 152 to the north. The Brighton Creek Apartments are to the east here. And then there are several commercial uses to the west. And this entire property was recently platted. And I'll show you the approved plan in just a moment. There is a detention pond in the southeast corner, and there are several private streets that are proposed for the future in this area. So kind of a general overview, the applicant is requesting a special use permit, essentially to allow for fuel sales in B3-2 zoning. A new Casey's C-store is being proposed with fuel pumps, and then a total of 16 fuel pumps are provided. So this is looking east at the subject site. It's generally flat, and it's, to the best of my knowledge, currently still undeveloped. The streets have not been built, to the best of my knowledge. The Brighton Creek Apartments, as you can see, are farther in the distance to the east. So this is the most recently approved master plan for the Brighton Creek Crossing development. And then the subject site specifically that we're looking at is bordered in red here. It was previously shown with a drugstore. However, that's being amended with this request. And then there are some other commercial uses throughout the rest of the site. So the site plan that was submitted, as I previously mentioned, is a new Casey's C-store. It'll face westward toward North Brighton with the fuel pumps on the west side here. A total of 16 fuel pumps are shown. Vehicular access is provided from the north, south, and the east. And then parking is provided in front and to the north of the building. And then in terms of parking itself, a total of 21 spaces is required and 31 spaces are provided. The applicant is also providing short-term and long-term bicycle parking, which complies with those requirements. And then in terms of signage, there will be some wall signage I'll show you in just a moment, but there's also a small monument sign on the northwest corner here as well. In terms of landscaping, the site will be well landscaped with new street trees throughout the perimeter of the site, and also shrubs to provide visual screening as well. And there will also be pedestrian connectors as well to the sidewalks. In terms of the architecture, the building will be primarily masonry with some stone columns on the corners as well. Pretty typical KCC store design. And then here's the rear and the side as well. So it'll be all four sides with masonry. And then here are just the canopies. They'll have some signage as well. So staff has reviewed this against all of the special use permit criteria and believes it complies with all of that criteria. And as a result, staff recommends approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff on this project? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant on this project. Applicant available?
Yes, I believe so. It's Jeff Laubach. Laubach.
Jeff, are you available? There you are. Could you take yourself off mute? Please state your name and address for the record.
Jeff Laubach, SBB Engineering, the civil engineering consultant for Casey's on this project. Address 101 South Kansas Avenue, Topeka, Kansas, 66603. Nothing really to add to Zach's presentation. He did a great job giving an overview of the project. The only thing, reviewing the conditions that we're requesting, item 21 to be removed. Item 21 references the road to the north, which will be a private road. Was probably a little confusion on our part. We labeled it as proposed Northeast 81st Street extension. But as you can see from the development plan that Zach had up earlier, that's a private road located in tract A of the plat. That's all we have, and thank the commissioners for their consideration and here to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for the commissioner to the applicant on this project? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 15, if you please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else, applicant, you'd like to state before move to just a commission meeting?
No, thank you.
All right. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, we'll go ahead and take a motion, please.
What's staff's take on removing number 21?
I would have to defer to Stacy Lowe if she's available.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager of Land Development. At this time, it's hard for me to support the removal of this condition. There's been a lot of confusion from the applicant team concerning both the plat and the special use permit and how those two interact together. The special use permit didn't appear to conform to the plat, and the plat doesn't appear to conform to the previously approved development plan. So based on the conditions, I believe that were applied to the plat, yes, it should be a private drive, but at this point, honestly, I'm just not sure. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of issues regarding this plat because it was involved in some previous litigation we had with Clay County because of the property to the north. So it's unfortunately a complicated situation. We would support this being a private drive. I'm just not sure the documentation we have this time supports that stance.
And so if we move it forward with the condition, then that could potentially get resolved before council.
It would need to definitely get resolved before council. If it goes through council as a public street and it's determined it's not, we'll have to go back and revise the development plan ordinance at some point in the future to remove that condition. So yes, we just need to really get it straightened out before it gets to council. There's just confusing information between what's shown on the development plan, the site plan provided with the SUP, and the plat. None of them are very consistent from the information I've reviewed. So it's hard to know what the true intentions were for that drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So it makes sense, Mr. Laba. If it goes through as is, then it's something you can work with the city staff before moving it through council.
Yeah, that's acceptable. We can work with staff.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Now we'll take a motion.
I move to approve docket item 15 with conditions.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 15 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
I'm sorry, aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 15. Appreciate you bringing it in and good luck with the project.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to docket item 16, please.
Docket item 16, case number SUP 2021-00050. Request to approve a special use permit on about 1.2 acres in District B3-2 to allow gasoline or to allow auto sales at 8716 East 67th Street. Zach Nelson is the staff planner.
Thank you. So this next case is located in South KC, near the city limits with Raytown again. This time this subject site is just north of 67th Street with the Raytown city limits on the east and Blue Parkway to the west. And there's an existing commercial building on the site. And most of the surrounding site is currently paved. The site is currently zoned B3-2, and there are auto sales, I believe, just to the east. So the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow for auto sales in the B3-2 zoning district. The applicant stated that they intend to hold up to 10 small used car dealers, and each dealer will have one office space and up to 4 display spaces for vehicles. And in terms of the operating hours, it'll be approximately 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. So this is kind of gives a little bit better of a view of what the current site looks like. The existing building faces onto 65th Street, and then there's actually a billboard just to the west of that as well. And then this is just a street view looking north at the subject site. As you can see, the frontage along this portion is it's not improved, and it's deteriorated quite a bit. So the site plan shows vehicle displays to be shown to the south of the building in front, and then some additional vehicle displays to the west as well. And then there will be employee parking to the west and in front as well for visitors as well. There will be one curb cut shown. There's a new sidewalk also proposed with a crosswalk as well. And then in terms of landscaping, there will be new landscaping provided as well with street trees and shrubs, so and sod as well. So this frontage will really be improved with a special use permit. And staff has reviewed this against the special use permit criteria. Staff believes that it complies with all of this criteria, and overall it's compatible in terms of the use, and it will also improve the area overall. As a result, staff recommends approval with the conditions in the staff report. And I can take any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions from the commission, city staff? So this allows sales and also they can do automotive repair at the same place?
It would be limited auto repair.
What's that mean?
It would be like tire changes, oil changes, things like that. It wouldn't allow for full transmission repair and things like that. Just be
Okay.
very limited.
All right. Any other questions by the commission? So let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Is the applicant available?
Yes, I believe Heather Hicklin is the applicant. And Matt Cross as well.
Promoted Heather and Matt.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm here. Hello,
Hi, welcome. Do you mind stating your
Hello.
name and address for the record, please?
my name's Heather Hicklin, and my address is 1217 Northwest 6th Terrace in Blue Springs, Missouri.
Okay, anything you'd like to add to Zach's presentation?
I just wanted to verify there will not be any auto repair on this in this building at all. It's strictly auto sales.
Okay. And based on your site plan, it's all going to be within that corner piece over there and then along 67th Street?
Yes, and the large billboard has already been removed. We had already talked with Outfront Media, and they have already removed their billboard.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Can you just give me a real brief explanation of the business model?
The business model was based on a business model that we found in Springfield, where the state of Missouri requires that a dealer must have a bona fide place of business in order to obtain a dealer's license. Most dealers are in the state of Missouri are pretty small. They sell just like a handful of cars. And really this business model is slated for the dealer that is up and coming, trying to get into the business. So they may only have like an inventory of maybe like 4 or 5 cars, and they're just trying to get their feet wet. On site, we have Dealers University, and Dealers University will be a place where those dealers can go to get the educational needs that to become a full-fledged dealer and hopefully move on. So basically we're taking fledgling dealers and trying to move them through the process.
Gotcha. And then if someone has extra inventory, they keep it offsite, and then you'd rotate it through.
If they have
what clients-
extra inventory, we are allowing them the opportunity to possibly have more spaces if we don't have the amount of dealers in the building. If we don't have a full 10 dealers, then we do have extra spaces for them that they can go ahead and petition us for.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I want to go back to the storage of vehicles that you'll have on display for
Mhm.
sale. So they'll be nice and orderly along along 67th Street, but in that triangle spot, are they just going to be packed in there, or what's the plan for that?
No, that'll be a nice orderly as well. We want to try and keep the tenant that is in the building behind. He has a lot of deliveries that will come through that same entranceway. So it'll have to be kept nice and orderly in order for their delivery trucks to get through that area as well.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 16, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else, Ms. Hicklin, you'd like to state before we speak amongst the commission?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Do
you.
you guys mind if, this is Matt Cross, civil engineer from Call Valley Engineering. Do you mind if I say something real quick?
Sure.
As I said, name is Matt Cross. Address is 8040 North Oak Traffic Way. I'm with Call Valley Engineering. In the staff report, it does recommend that we add additional street trees along the frontage. We just ask that suggestion be waived. We are meeting city requirements, city code has shown, and additional street trees will, we've got bushes and landscaping. And so we will be asking that the additional street tree requirement be removed, basically due to obscuring the view of the display area. And that's all I got.
Okay, just trying to see which condition that is.
Zach, were you aware of that request?
Yes, and I wasn't able to remove that condition.
Which number is it?
Well, the planning commission, the Board of Zoning Adjustment can grant a variance with this case, but this goes on to the Board of Zoning Adjustment, but there's no process to waive it by the planning commission. It would have to be a variance request or alternative compliance.
Okay, well, and it would be neither because it's currently meeting current. There's no variance from the code. We meet current code.
Yeah, I was going to state that their request doesn't trigger the street tree requirement since they're not expanding the footprint of the building, or I think there's a parking trigger as well. So I don't think this request actually triggers the street tree requirement.
Okay, so the condition can be removed before BZA?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so then in that case, the CPC does have the ability, since it's beyond what the code requires, to eliminate that condition if you choose.
Zach, which condition is that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull that up. My apologies. Just a moment.
It's located under planned review. The third paragraph, landscaping and screening requirements are established.
It's in the staff report, but it's not a condition of approval in the conditions report. So I'm happy to.
So if it's just referenced in the staff report, if it's just referenced in the staff report, it's just discussion. It's not a requirement. So there's nothing to remove.
Okay, anything else, applicant?
No, thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item number 16 with conditions as stated.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 16 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 7-0 for approval of docket item number 16. Thank you for bringing it in and good luck with your project.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along here, let's go to docket item number 17-1 and 17-2.
Docket item 17.1 is case number CPC 2021-00096. Request to approve a rezoning from District B2-2 and District R0.5 to District B2-4 to allow for the redevelopment of the property located at the northeast corner of State Line Road and Carondelet Road. Docket item 17.2, case number CPC 2021-00097. A request to approve a development plan for the 435 and State Line redevelopment project, which also acts as a preliminary plat to allow for redevelopment of the property into a two-phased project consisting of financial services and office uses with a parking garage at the same location. She Wood is our staff.
Hello? I kept hearing it. I think it's cut off a little bit. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this case in front of you has two companion cases. The first one is a rezoning request. It's a rezoning without plan from B2, from R0.5 to B2-4. And the next one is a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat. It is for the location located in South Kansas City. Here's the general location. More specifically, it's located on the south side of Highway 435 and on the east side of State Line Road and north side of Carondelet. It is currently zoned B2-2 for the majority of the site, but there is a small portion, as you can see on the satellite map, which is the right bottom corner of the site. It's zone R0.5. The surrounding land use, including the St. Joseph Medical Center located directly to its east, and of course the highway ramp to its north, and the State Line Road to its west, and the Carondelet to its south. On the south side of Carondelet, it is currently zone B2-2, and it's a quick trip. So the applicant proposed to demolish the existing UMB office, which is located on the site. And here's the view looking looking east from State Line Road. And this is the existing office building for the UMB Bank with a drive-through service. And this is the view looking north from Carondelet Drive. This is the view looking south from Highway I-435. The subject site is located on your basically on your right hand with the office building and the surrounding surface parking. So after the demolition of the entire building, the applicant proposed to develop this site in two phases. The first phase is for this UMB branch, which is roughly 4,500 square feet, that is located in the south west corner of the entire site. This lot will be about 1 acre. And the second phase is the majority of the site that's a little over 3 acres. The applicant proposes an office building, which will be about 4 stories and have about 105,000 gross square footage for the entire office building, and another building that's for a parking structure, presumably to be 4 levels and providing about 300 spaces. That's also located on the north side of the site. The rest of the site also includes a surface parking that's located at the southeast corner of the site. This is a utility plan that has been proposed by the applicant and reviewed by staff. This is a lighting plan. These are generally in compliance with the code requirement. Here's a rendering provided by the applicant. As you can see, the UMB branch bank will be a one-story drive-through facility that's located on the south west corner of the site. And the office building will be a 4-story, as well as the parking structure. There will be another 4-story that's for phase 2. So here are some renderings provided by the applicant regarding to the office building and the drive-through bank. The top 2 and the bottom left picture are the structures for phase 2, and the bottom right, at the bottom right corner, which is rendering for the proposed drive-through bank. I want to go to a little bit more detail in the phase 1, since the applicant is seeking approval with the ordinance for phase 1. This proposed UMB branch will be 4,500 square feet and with a drive-through facility located to the north side of the building. There will be an egress and ingress located on the east side of the site, coming from a private entryway with an entryway from the Corona Light. And this drive-through will wrap around the building and exit out from the south side of the building. There will be 22 parking spaces located on the east side of the building, which is also the main entryway of the building. And here's a landscape plan provided by the applicant. It's generally in compliance with the code requirement with some of the adjustment. These are some elevations provided by the applicant regarding to this proposed UMB branch. The building is roughly 25 foot tall with 1 story. However, the applicant does provide, proposing a structure that's mostly used for mounting the UMB's wall sign, and which will reach 40 foot in height. So staff has recommended to revise the height of this structure to 30 foot, and that has been stated in condition 21C. And these are, this is a plan showing the future proposed phase 2, and the staff recommend a project plan approval to be required for phase 2 regarding to the details of the site development. In conclusion, staff recommends approval without conditions to the rezoning application, which is case number 0096, and approval with conditions for the case number 0097, with removing the conditions number 21A and 21B because the applicant has submitted revised plan that satisfies the condition number 21A and B. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions from the commission to city staff regarding this project? Kind of a quiet crowd today. Okay. Seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant for this project. Applicants, welcome. Do we have everybody promoted by chance?
We're promoting Andy Meyer and David Rizak, and I believe they're just promoted.
Okay.
And also Jeremy Tinker.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Just fine. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is David Rizak. I'm with Van Trust Real Estate. We're located at 4900 Main Street, Suite 400, KCMO 64111. I don't have a lot to add to the good presentation that Ms. Wood just shared with you. I am joined today by representative from Gastinger Walker. They're the architect for the new branch bank for UMB, but also we have HOK available. They're for phase 2 for the office and garage. And then Phelps Engineering is our civil engineer. Ms. Wood already went over kind of the scope of the development. We're really excited about all of that. Obviously, for the first phase, the UMB branch bank, it'll be a modern facility with clean lines, materials, subtle scale, and appropriate proportions. And the design will complement the design materials of the proposed office building. I wanted to give just a quick update on kind of from a schedule standpoint. What we're looking at is hopefully after these approvals, a temporary bank will be placed in the southeast surface lot here in the fall of 2021, which will then allow for the demolition of the existing office building. Like to start construction on the new UMB branch bank in the spring of 2022 and complete that by the end of next year. VanTrust will not begin construction on the new office building garage until we have identified an anchor tenant. As I mentioned, UMB and VanTrust, we're very excited about this development and look forward to continue to be a good neighbor. And our development team has read and agreed to all the conditions in the staff report. So that completes my comments. Appreciate your time and consideration today, and we'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
I had a question. I just was curious why you thought not to reuse the existing building, why you were planning on demolishing it for a new office building. Just curious what was not working in that space.
That's a good question. The existing building, first of all, it's got a very small footprint, floor plate, and it's kind of chopped up, and it's from a real estate perspective, we did look and consider it keeping the existing building, but really we were looking for something that was more modern, larger floor plates, and really more of a response to what the tenants are looking for out there from a market perspective.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that'd like to speak on docket items number 17.1 and 17.2, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add regarding this project? Seems like it's going very smooth here.
Nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, let's go ahead and close all all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Go ahead. Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item 17.1 and 17.2, removing conditions 21A and B.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second for approval of docket items 17.1 and 17.2 with removal of conditions 21A and 21B. With that, Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Aye.
All right, so it looks like the motion passes for approval of 17.1 and 2. We appreciate you bringing it in, and certainly good luck for your project. I hope you find a tenant quickly.
So do we. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all right, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to docket items 18.1 and 18.2. I believe these two cases do have a quorum, which, let's see.
Mr. Chairman, we have docket number 18.3 as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, 18.3 as well. Looks like everybody's here. We got one person that shouldn't be on here. So Commissioner Enders, I don't see your name on our list here. This must have been when you're out trying to get a restaurant approval up there at the airport. So you can set out these three cases and we'll welcome you back when we're done. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and hear docket items 18.1, 2, and 3, please.
Docket item 18.1 is case number CPC 2021-00092, a request to approve a preliminary plat to create 5 lots with deviations from the required lot and building standards in District R6 on about 1/4 acre on the west side of Mercer Street between 18th on the north and 20th on the south. Docket item 18.2, case number CPC 2021-00101, request to approve a development plan to create 5 lots with deviations from the required lot and building standards at the same location. And docket item 18.3, case number final plat 2021-00015, a request to approve a final plat to create 5 lots at the same location. Shoewood is our staff plan.
As we get started, this one, so we've heard this case before, from what I understand. And there's a lot of testimony taken both from the applicant as well as from the public. So I'd really like to just, if we can, go through what's changed since last time. There's some, the biggest item that we asked the applicant to do is look at the stormwater management and how that would actually be tied to the public storm sewer system. So maybe give a brief overview of the project itself and what's changed since the application came back to us, if you don't mind.
All right, Mr. Chairman, just to promote the applicant, Greg Rothers and Steve Warger.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Sue, are you going to address that, or do you want me to go ahead?
I think you can go ahead and address the question.
Okay. On the stormwater management part, we looked at our study, did some revisions in the designs. We meet the volume control. We have talked with Stacy and her staff about how this will be done. And as we had proposed before, we will put this basins and this detention and water quality all within individual lots. And then we will have notes on the plat and potentially some other agreement condition like you do with stormwater maintenance within for each individual lot. But let Stacy talk to that. But I think with talking to her and Lucas and her staff, I think we're in agreement with that from what I understand.
So just are you creating an HOA then with these 5 lots for the maintenance of the connection, or
No. No,
Okay.
we would not do that. It'd be for each individual lot would be maintaining it.
their own discharge into the public storm sewer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Stacy Lowe of Land Development. At this time, we have not received a revised drainage study showing the concept for all 5 lots. We have seen the same drainage study that's been provided previously to show the singular lot. I spoke with Lucas Casper, who was handling this at my request last week when I was out of the office, and he was in agreement. We are still looking for the concept study that would overall prove how this will work. What we have decided in order to try to allow the applicant to move forward is this resolution. As you can see in case 18.3, it is the final plat. The final plat includes a condition for a macro storm drainage study prior to the approval and the recording of the plat. As long as that condition remains in place, we're agreeable to let this move forward, and we will handle this prior to the recording of the plat, since that's the critical portion of this pathway forward.
Okay.
We're acceptable with that. We're okay with that.
Basically, what that means is if for some reason we cannot get the macro drainage study to meet the requirements of the combined sewer prior to the recording of the plat, they may have to evaluate different options for their project and may be forced to come back to you. The information we've seen at this point, we still can't be sure that the drainage will fit on the lots in accordance with the houses to make sure that there is space to do this. Since it is the combined sewer area and typically the way this is managed is through underground detention, there doesn't appear to be a lot of space to do that on these lots with the building layouts. That's our main concern at this point. That's why we want to verify all this before we allow the plat to be recorded.
Okay. I've just taken some notes. Thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant in the city regarding that issue? Okay. Has there been anything else that's changed on this particular application since the last time we saw this?
No.
Okay. So does commission need to kind of go back and kind of have a review of what this project is and what's entailed here before we move forward with this, or everybody kind of recall based on previous testimony what's going on?
If I remember right, it's on the west side and it's 5 houses that the main obstacle was the drainage problem, and notifying those potential homeowners that they would have to do it. And instead we asked him to come back and show another way that it can be done so they wouldn't be surprised. Isn't that what we were trying to do with this one?
Yes. That's correct.
You're correct, Commissioner Beasley. And as part of the notification for the homeowners that will be purchasing these lots, we're going to ask that a note be included on the face of the recorded plat to notify any of the homeowners that they will be responsible for this prior to the issuance of the residential building permit. This will be a very special and unique situation that typically the city doesn't encounter, because normally all the drainage is resolved prior to any residential building permit being issued for development. So this will be a very special case, and we might want to make sure that the people who are involved in these lots are aware of that situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. But also at the same time, just a personal note, I do like this approach to stormwater management for these kind of things where you can keep it on everybody's individual lot versus having a big giant hole or a pond on a corner of the development. That's just my opinion.
Commissioner Crowell, we tend to agree with you. The only problem is that the city has no method set up for the Land Development Division to review these types of projects prior to residential building permit. It's very much outside of our standard process. It's going to take significant effort from our part to handle this.
I totally get it. I understand.
So I think my concern was, as a potential homeowner, would they understand what the requirement would be for this? Because I don't know what that means, that the property owner is required for the detention. What's that mean I need to do and be aware of?
Well, if I may, Commissioner, what we propose, it's an underground system. And currently, if you're in a regular subdivision, you're going to have maybe an open pond for 40 lots or something like that, or a couple of those ponds. In this case, because of the smaller area, and it's similar to what you see on commercial sites, we're going to do it underground. So they're going to have a design to show that they have the capacity of a pipe underground to be able to do the detention. And the builders for that will have to run like their gutter system, their downspouts, all that into that system. We submitted a design that preliminarily laid out a 42 or 48 inch pipe or whatever that's about 40 or 50 foot long that either fits along the back property line, or in this case, for most of them, it'll be along the side. But there is other ways to do that. You could do it instead of one pipe that large, it might be 2 or 3 pipes, depending on how and they would be smaller, depending on how the house lays on the lot and what we have as far as area to do it. But it is feasible to do that. And in these infill situations, I would assume that you will see that probably a little more often if we can get something worked out to make this all go forward in the future.
Commissioner Beasley, it'll basically mean that the homeowners will have to spend additional expense on engineering up front to have this designed. And they will also be taking on long-term maintenance expenses, since they will be the ones maintaining it instead of a homeowners association, which typically maintains the ponds for the bigger residential subdivisions.
And I think that's where I would want to ensure that the owner knew what that meant, because I would know. Would I need to be looking for some type of backflow? Would I need to look for water standing above ground? What would they have to be aware of to know what maintenance meant when you tell them that they're required for the maintenance?
It depends on the type of situations that are installed and what type of maintenance that situation requires. They're each very specific. Some of them can be low maintenance, some can be higher maintenance. It also depends on how they're designed and what flows from what part of the site are directed into them. If you direct flows into them that might have dirt or something in them that could clog them up, the maintenance could be much more frequent. So unfortunately, there's a lot of unknowns with that, and that's really part of our concern with doing it this way. My division, when they apply for the residential building permit, will have to have a lot of conversations with those particular lot owners as part of the design and review for that residential permit. It will probably significantly extend the time it takes to get that permit to resolve this.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to the applicant regarding this project and the changes and updates they made? Seeing none, see, I know that, so last time we did a lot of public testimony. I can't remember how many folks talked about this. But I'm curious if we need to open it up again for public testimony before we move on. Looks like we've got maybe one person that's raised their hand to talk about this project. So let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony and want to keep it brief. You know, as we move forward with this. So.
Yeah, it's Richard Hernandez. Richard, you should be able to speak.
Okay.
Richard Hernandez, 2106 Holly. Hi, Greg. We've been talking to Greg and seemed like it was going pretty good, but this is kind of a problem, and we don't want to stop the progress. But what happens if you can't get it solved? You're gonna put all that money in them homes and you can't sell them? I mean, I'm just thinking about your own being. I think you ought to consider that a little bit more. We're not fighting you. We welcomed you in after you were supposed to fix all this. So I'm just saying, if coming out of your own pocket, I would get this solved if I was you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to speak on docket items 18.1, 18.2, or 18.3?
Is this an appropriate time for me to make a comment?
Sure. I think you're part of the applicant, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let me get through the public testimony and we'll come back. How's that? Okay. Anybody else want to speak on public testimony regarding these cases?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone else raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So, Mr. Others, yes, please speak ahead. If you can state your name and address for the record as well.
Yes, I'm Greg Rothers with Rothers Design Build. We're at 4224 Rainbow Boulevard across the state line here in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm a developer, architect, and builder. And that's probably the main point I want to make here is that I will be the builder on each of these projects. So I will be the owner initially. I will be the applicant for the building permit, and we'll be able to negotiate that aspect of the stormwater detention system with the building codes department and the planning staff. So, you know, we intend to do this one lot at a time, get this system in place, and hopefully after the first one, the next ones will be a little bit easier to get those approvals. But if it takes longer to get the building permit, I'm prepared for that, I guess. It's going to be an expense, so I don't mean to deny that, but I believe we can cover the cost of this system and still be profitable on building these homes to address Mr. Hernandez's point. I guess that's all I had to say.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Anything else, applicant?
No, sir.
All right. So at this time, let's go ahead and close all testimony on this project and speak amongst the commissioners? If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I just want to comment, I commented on this before, but I just felt like this project really involved significant variances, and I couldn't really pin down what value that was for this neighborhood to create sort of a completely different model for homes. Typically, we see that when we're really trying to get a price point that might be more affordable for the community. In this case, we're talking about $400,000+ price points. That's not really what's achieved here. So for me, unfortunately, this is going to be a no. I just don't see the value in making accommodations for this kind of development. I'm just not seeing, particularly with what we've heard time and time again about in the West Side, feeling like being priced out of the neighborhood is a concern. These are exactly the types of homes that would price adjacent neighbors out of the neighborhood. So I'm going to be a no.
I want to make a comment. I would like to see, where have we seen this type of, it sounds like an experiment to me. I have not seen what we have seen, a problem like this one present itself and it got solved how. Looks like we're trying to guess our way through. And if it works, we will build 4 more houses. Before I would have to see some prove that that's what you're proposing or attempting to propose will work or has worked somewhere else. Until then, I'll have to vote no.
Okay. Mr. Warger, has this been done that you know of anywhere else in Kansas City?
I would say it's not done necessarily on a residential, but it's done on commercial all the time under parking lots, and doing individual systems for individual lots is not uncommon. In fact, that's probably what you see more now on your commercial and some of these other lots. I have done this in Lee Summit area to where we put stuff underground this way to meet their detention and water quality requirements. It was all in the backyard, and actually that one was a series of probably 10, 12-inch diameter pipes that were 30 foot long, and like a manifold system that we used to do that. I don't foresee this being a problem, and I know I'm representing the developer, but we just have to meet the requirements that we meet on other sites and find a place to put them in there. And if I don't think there'll be a problem at all achieving that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could provide a bit of history very quickly. The whole reason that this project is before the commission is because these are non-conforming lots, and the only way to build on non-conforming lots is to go through an entitlement process like this development plan and preliminary plat, so that they can obtain the deviations that they need to obtain to build on them. So if these lots prior to 2 years ago, these homes would have been permitted by building permit, there would be no public hearing and there would have been no stormwater requirement as a result of that. So all of this that we're talking about today is simply because the lots are non-conforming, and I believe, Stacy can correct me if I'm wrong, but the creative response that she's trying to come up with here would allow the homes to be built in a manner and pattern that's consistent with how the neighborhood was originally platted and developed, rather than having an individual lot set aside just for stormwater, which would be inconsistent with the character of our historic neighborhoods to have an individual lot set aside for a stormwater tract. So I just want to make sure that the commission understands that that's all the background to it, is that we're here to give people deviations, and because they're going through that process, it triggers the stormwater regulations. Stacy has to follow those, and she's trying to come up with a creative solution so that we can have development that's actually in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, rather than something that's disrupted by that stormwater tract that would be required in a newer neighborhood, for example.
I'd like to add to that, if I could, and answer a couple of questions that have been raised. First of all, it is an extraordinary requirement that we're being asked to do. If these lots didn't have to be replatted, we could just build on them and run the stormwater off on the surface like every other house in the west side does now. And it would be no different than every other house in the west side. We're being asked to do something that's really extraordinary here, and we're trying our best to cooperate with that requirement. So I want to say that. The other thing to, I'm sorry, Ms. Sadowski's comment, we're also trying to be consistent with the neighborhood. It sounds like we're asking for a lot in terms of setback deviations, but really we're trying to be consistent. None of these homes in this neighborhood are set very far back from the street. And what we're proposing to do is going to be very consistent with what's already been done in the neighborhood historically. Shu, I don't know if this might be an opportunity to present the photographs of the neighboring homes there. And I sent those to you in the hopes that we could demonstrate just how close these houses are to the street. We're actually going to be further back from the street than most of the houses. So while we're asking for a deviation to the existing zoning, we're not asking for a deviation to the historical way that these homes have been built. So I'm an architect and I'm really trying to build something that fits in this neighborhood. But you can see with these photos, these existing homes in this neighborhood are very close to the street, and we'll actually be further back than many of these homes are. And not just this street, but throughout the west side. And one more comment, but another reason for the tight setbacks is because we do have to preserve room for this stormwater detention system. We've got to have some ground there that we can install this underground system in. And if we set back according to the zoning requirements on the front and the back, then we have to squish this building into a shape that would not leave any side yard either, where this stormwater detention system is going to have to be installed to make this work. And we're already proposing wider lots than what was historically platted there. The historic platting was 25-foot wide lots. We're proposing much wider lots than that, anywhere from about 30 to 34 feet wide. So anyway, I will leave it at that.
Okay. So with that, let's reclose all testimony to just the commission. And any other thoughts from other commissioners before we move on with this? Okay, I will entertain a motion then, please.
I'll move to approve docket items 18.1, 18.2, 18.3 with conditions.
So I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 18.1, 18.2, and 18.3. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
I guess I'll say aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
He is.
I wasn't a part of the quorum on this one.
He's not part of the.
oh,
quorum.
that's right, that's right. Hill,
No.
Rojas,
Oh,
and Sadowski.
No.
Okay, so it's tied 3-3 with no recommendation. So it seems to me like I need a second motion then to move this project forward to the council with no recommendation. Is that possible?
I move to move 18.1, 18.2, 18.3 to council with no recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so a motion and a second to move docket items 18.1, 2, and 3 forward to the council with no recommendation. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Just a quick question, Chair Crowell. If you are not in support of that, it's still a no. Is that correct?
You just,
Moving forward with no recommendation.
yeah, we don't have a recommendation to approve or deny it. You know, we're just sending it forward to them to discuss.
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hill,
No.
Rojas,
No.
and Sadowski.
No.
Okay.
No one.
So now what happens, Sarah?
I'm really unclear as to what the basis would be for not moving it forward at this point. I mean, I can understand asking, recommending denial, but what is it that you're wanting to see in order to move it to the next step?
I guess my question is does it make more sense for us to have a definitive answer versus just passing it along? Maybe Kobe, if you have an opinion. I'm okay with passing it along, I guess, but it seems like it's more helpful if we kind of come to a consensus one way or another.
But in this, seems like in this particular project, the big hangup is sounds like maybe two things from what was discussed. The first one being the stormwater management. I think it's just with the residential, it's typically not done individually, but with this particular development, space is pretty tight, and trying to do that for each and have each lot do that themselves. It's going to be built and developed and designed by the same person. It can be better managed that way. It'll work. It seems to me like a good approach in this area, as well as I would like to see that on some future developments, even on bigger lots. But I understand, knowing that there is a major hurdle with the permitting process. And the reason I like it again is that way, the actual individual homeowner can decide, do they want to capture all the water and reuse it? Do they let a little bit out? And how do they actually manage their own stormwater on their site? It gives them the flexibility to do that. Whereas today's design is based on shipping it all down the stormwater system, and it goes to a great big pond that's always at the entrance to the subdivision. And you see this unsightly pond, again, my opinion, as you enter the neighborhood. It doesn't show the character of the actual neighborhood there when you go in. That's why I like the individual kind of thing. There is a piece that has to be discussed on maintenance and how that'll get done. But I would imagine the people living in these homes and in this area will take care of that.
Well, Kobe, you just brought up a new question for me then. So if the stormwater is held on your property, then does the water company charge us for stormwater runoff?
No, it's just, there's still a part of the stormwater utility you have that you have to pay now. But there might be something, this gives an opportunity in the future to, talk with the water department that maybe there's an opportunity there to change that. If you're going to capture it all on your site, that's a much bigger discussion beyond this, though.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Yeah, it is. But you brought something new to the table. It made me think about other costs. That's all.
Sorry about that. So that's the one piece, and I think the other piece is affordability that was brought up. And again, we're a land use body recommending based on that. So I totally get that we want to put affordable housing in and want to have something there that people are going to afford. But at the same time, they're wanting to build single family, utilize the smaller lot widths that they can, and so it seems like a good project to me. That's why I recommend putting it forward. So if there's something else you want to see in order to continue to hold on to the case, I think that's what Sarah's asking. What is that?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point in time, I have to say that it becomes, well, it's hard to defend holding on to a case unless there's something specific that you're expecting to see at the next meeting.
So because it's tied yes and no, it can't move forward.
Well, we had to come up with some other option or remake the motion to let's move the project forward, and so they can continue on with their case with the council.
With
I
no
guess-
recommendation.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I'm okay with moving it forward with no recommendation. Let's go ahead and do that. If
I'll make
if I
the
can
motion.
put out one vote.
Let's just start with a new motion then.
I'll
Go
make the
ahead.
motion to move 18.1, 18.2, and 18.3 forward to council with no recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to move the case docket items 18.1, 2, and 3 forward with no recommendation to the council. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hill,
No.
Rojas,
No.
Sadowski.
Okay, so that motion has been passed 4-2. Move the project forward to council so the applicant can move forward with that and go from there with no recommendation from us. Thank you for bringing it in. We appreciate your time. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, looks like we're going to docket item 19.1 and 19.2.
All right, docket item 19.1 is case number CPC 2021-00099, a request to approve a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat in order to create 2 single-family lots on about 0.22 acres located at the southwest corner of West 18th and Jefferson. And docket item 19.2, case number final plat 2021-0016, a request to approve a final plat for the same. Shu Wood, staff planner.
This case in front of you is with the same applicant for the similar situation, which is non-conforming lots. There are 2 applications. The one case number 0099 is a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat. And case number 0016 is a final plat. And again, this case is also located in the west side. More specifically, it's located on the southwest corner of West 18th Street and Jefferson Street. The subject site here in the satellite photo is highlighted in yellow. Currently, there are 2 parcels on the subject site. The applicant is essentially planning on replatting it, adjusting the lot line, but still creating 2 lots, just in a different diagram. So the site is abutting an alleyway to its west, and the surrounding land use are the majority are residential, zoning from R1.5 to R6. It's a mixed zoning district around here. Here's the view looking south from Jefferson Street and the west of 18th Street. The subject site is located on your right hand, which is this undeveloped lot. And it is sloping down from north to the west. As you can see, it's going downhill. And this is the view looking south from west to 18th Street. The subject site is located right in front of you here. And this is the view for the alleyway, which has an existing curb cut. The applicant, this is the view looking north from Jefferson Street and 18th Street, right across the street from the subject site. And again, you see the surrounding residential building types, including single family apartments and maybe a duplex. So this is the layout that the applicant is proposing. Like I mentioned earlier, they're still proposing 2 lots in a different configuration. Lot 1 and Lot 2 will be laid out with a front yard facing Jefferson Street to its east, and Lot 1 will have a street side yard abutting 18th Street to the north, and Lot 2 will just have internal side yards. Both of the lots will have rear yard abutting an alleyway. The applicant proposed to build a house with a single family house with attached to the garage. That's rear loading. As well as Lot 2 will be also used for a single family house, but with a detached garage. And because we address the primary structure and the accessory structure in a different way for our lot and building standards, so you will see a little bit deviation request that's differentiated between Lot 1 and Lot 2. So here's the rendering that the applicant provided for these 2 proposed single family houses. Again, they will have a front yard facing Jefferson Street. And this is the view, and this is the rendering including different perspectives as well as site plan and color. These are elevations that are provided by the applicant. They largely involve the bricks and stucco metal, which compromise with the modern design as well as the neighborhood characteristics. These are more elevations. As stated before, that these 2 buildings are also in compliance with the height requirement for R6. Staff recommends approval with conditions for both applications. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff for docket items 19.1 and 19.2? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant again. So applicants, welcome back.
Yes, Steve Warger.
Yep, thank you.
Steve Warger, 6127 Northwest Pine Ridge Circle, Parkville, Missouri. This project is a little bit similar to the last one, only it's just 2 lots. What was currently platted there, and I'm not sure it showed up on the existing of that, was there was a lot that faced onto Jefferson and a small narrow lot on 18th that paralleled the alley, which wasn't big enough to build on. So if you take these 2 lots, you turn them like we've done, it gives you the availability to build 2 reasonable lots or reasonable sized lots. Yeah, if you zoom in on that, you can see there's a little lot on the back end back there. And that's why we turned it and went the other direction so that these lots are buildable. Again, they're the smaller footprints of smaller houses. We have to have the deviations that we've mentioned before. And one thing with the deviations that I know came up in the other one that's come up before is currently these are all zoned or proposed. I guess they're all zoned like an R 6.0, which none of these lots would meet that, but they do that with the deviations, or the city has chosen to do that with the deviations. So you're not rezoning down to a R.3, which be more of a multi-family zoning, which would allow a lot of different things. So the whole process there, I believe, in working with the West Side Development was the West Side Group or West Side Community was to get that to the R6000 and get deviations. I think you had another one across the street from the previous Mercer project that had the same considerations. And it's like Mr. Rexwickler said before, if these were just regular 25-foot lots, we could go in there and it didn't have the deviations. Like I said, a couple of years ago, you wouldn't have had that. If you weren't going to the R6000, you could just go ahead and build the lots on those houses and it would never come before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Again, the stormwater, if required, is proposed to be done the same way on each individual lot rather than having it in one big pond in the back. There really wouldn't be any room. If you look at the layout there, one will be on the side, one would probably be between the house or maybe even in the front yard underground. That's what we do again. And another point to bring up to that also, I'd like to bring up is if you had a 40 lot subdivision and we had the detention basin at the entrance, like the chairman had talked about, those people actually have paid for that in the price of the house, and they pay for the maintenance of it through the HOA. So it's not like it's another expense, another different deal. It's different because it seems to be tied to that individual lot. But when you buy that lot in a big subdivision, you've already paid for the construction of that detention basin. So it's not like you've got an extra burden that you wouldn't typically have. And then you have the maintenance. And according to the maintenance agreement with the cities, everybody within every lot within the subdivision is assessed if the city has to come back and do something to maintain that lot. So it's the same concept. It's just divided up as if you just had a one lot subdivision or a smaller subdivision. As far as we've got water, we've got sewer there, those utilities are there. And then as far as the buildings and what we're headed with on the houses, I'll let Mr. Rothers take over on that.
So I guess I would, well, first of all, Greg Rothers Design Build, 4224 Rainbow Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm the architect and builder on this case. In this project, I'm not the owner. My client has purchased this land, and he will build. He and his family will build on the corner lot, and we have an interested buyer that we've almost signed a contract with on the other. Of course, we can't sign a contract until we have a lot to sell them. But so this is less speculative than the other project. But the corner lot, we've done this preliminary design work for this client, so that house is pretty well designed to their taste and their desires. The other lot, that house is conceptual to some degree at this point, but this potential buyer seems pretty happy with that design. There's some question as to how close to the alley they want the garage, but I think we can work that out. The detached garage in this case, I think, provides a nice sort of private backyard for that house. So we've been asked that question at neighborhood meetings. Why do you do a detached garage on one house and an attached garage on the other? And that's the reason we feel like it gives us an opportunity to create sort of a private yard there for that house on that lot. Whereas the house on the corner lot has a nice big side yard. So we didn't have the same need to do that on that project. I guess I'll just try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission to the applicant regarding this docket items 19.1 and 2? Okay. Seeing no questions, then let's go ahead and move on to public testimony. So at this time, we'll open it up for any public testimony that would like to speak on docket items 19.1 and 19.2. Please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. With that, anything else you'd like to add, applicant, before talking amongst the commissioners?
No, sir.
The only thing I might add is not only does replatting these lots make it a little bit more feasible to build homes on, but Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but it also gives us access to both water and sewer that we wouldn't have otherwise had on that interior lot, I believe. Is that correct?
Well, what it would do, it eliminates the need for a small sewer extension. We can use existing infrastructure, and it just happens that the lots work out better to eliminate that cost of the sewer extension.
The sewer extension that would be under the street, right?
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to head and close all testimony and speak amongst the commissioners. If there's nothing to discuss, then I will entertain a motion, please.
I move to approve docket items 19.1 and 19.2 with conditions.
Sorry, did we ask for public comment already? We did.
I did, yeah.
Okay, great.
And there wasn't anybody that
Second.
had any comments, so.
Before I second, go ahead. You beat me to it.
Okay, so you got a second, Mr. Rojas?
Yes, being that we're not reinventing the wheel on this one, I'll second this motion.
Okay, all right, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 19.1 and 19.2. With that, Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, so the motion passes 7-0 for approval of these two docket items. Again, thank you for bringing these in and good luck with the projects.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and move on to docket item number 20. We got 2 left, everybody, so hang in there.
Docket item 20 is case number CPC 2021-00134. Request to approve the 63rd and Prospect PIEA General Development Plan and declare the area blighted and unsanitary and in need of redevelopment and rehabilitation pursuant to the Missouri Planned Industrial Expansion Authority law on about 26 acres located at the northwest corner of 63rd and Prospect. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
We didn't.
All right.
There you
I
go.
was muted. That happens to everyone. So this project is a tax incentive plan that's in the Midtown area, which is the 63rd and Prospect. Here's the general location of the site that's included in this tax incentive plan. It's roughly about 25 acres located on the northwest side of Prospect and 63rd Street. It also includes a strip of parcels located on the east side of Prospect Avenue as well. Currently, it is zoned B3-2, B4-2, and R5. The surrounding uses are the majority of those are residential, zone R2.5. And here's the view looking from 63rd and Prospect. And this is the view looking from 63rd at the subject site. So this area has been underdeveloped for a while. The applicant proposed to approve this tax incentive plan for a general development that would include various different types of land uses, including mixed use, retail, parking, medical office, hotel, as well as residential and other type of uses. This is a rendering provided by the applicant for a perspective of the future project. I believe this is one of the rendering for the mixed use buildings as proposed on the site. Staff recommends approval on the general development plan, as well as we typically do that. We don't make recommendations on the flight study. I believe the EDC staff, David Cobra, David McCobery. I believe he is online, and I would have directed future comments for him. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions for staff on this one before we move to the blight study?
Might be better for me to wait for David McCoubry to speak to it, but I know there's a lot of history to this site, but I don't know it very well. And I was wondering if we could get at least a summary of that.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe that question can be answered better by Mr. McCobery for the summary of the history, the intention of redevelop it at this point, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Enders.
Okay. Yeah, can Dave be promoted up?
He's been promoted.
Okay.
Thank you, Shu. Please promote Scott Belkey as well. He is our consultant, blight consultant, and the answer to Mr. Ender's, Commissioner Ender's question will be part of Mr. Belkey's presentation. Like this morning, PIA, I'm David McCooper, I'm with the PIA, and we're here to try to satisfy a statutory requirement for blight finding and approval of our general development plan to make this area eligible for incentives, our incentives. I think a gentleman named Rob Farmer and Herb Hardwick might also be on the call, and there, yes, he is the developer. Mr. Farmer is the developer, and he will answer some questions, project-specific questions. But unless you have any questions of me right this moment, Mr. Belkey would proceed if you promote him with the blight study, please. There he is.
Go ahead, Mr. Belkey, when you're ready. There we go.
Can you hear me and can you see the blight study?
Well, we see your list. We don't see the actual study. I got your other screen on. There you go.
There?
Yep. Can you
Okay.
maximize that out, please?
The only problem with that is that I go off to another screen and I might not look at you as I talk. How's that?
Still waiting on it to go, but that's okay. Go ahead and start, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Scott Belkey, Belkey Appraisal and Consulting Services, 3100 Northwest 57th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. Prepared the blight study and general development plan on behalf of the applicant, the PIEA of Kansas City, Missouri. Shu showed you the development area. It's a fairly large area of 25.62 acres. Although so large, there's very few improvements on this property. There's a small apartment complex of 20 units that's 59 years old now. There is a outdated convenience store, petroleum facility at 6245 Prospect Avenue. And then there's a monopole billboard on facing 71 Highway there. She also kind of went through most of this. There's 143 tax parcels here, 5 different ownerships, only 3 of which are private ownerships. The rest of them are city-related ownerships. Various zonings from R25 to B42. At the present time, the FAR is a very low 0.01 to 1. And the existing improvements date from 1962 to 1987. Now, to give a little history to this project here, Southtown Corridor 31st and Baltimore TIF plan was approved in 1994, and that declared this a larger area than this, that this was a part of as a conservation area, which means it was not blighted, but was moving towards blight. And then 14 years later, the Southtown Urban Life Development TIF plan was approved. And for that, there were 2 blight studies done. The west half of the site today, a blight study was done by the EDC. And on the east half of the blight area today, one was done by Patty Banks and Associates. Then in 2012, there was a recorded ground lease affidavit at the Register of Deeds office where the TIF Commission requested from the county tax exemption on these properties due to blight. This entire property is located within the Midtown to RGEEZ, which requires a blight designation. Census Tract 80 is continuously distressed and is also in the Swope Park Opportunity Zone. So to run through the 5 conditions and see if the 3 components of blight exist: defective or inadequate street layouts, the public roadways are deteriorating or barricaded, public sidewalks are either lacking or deteriorating or unsafe, public curbs and gutters are lacking or deteriorating, public sewer inlets are deteriorating or clogged. This is a picture of the roadway, the curbs, the gutters, the sidewalk along 63rd Street. This is along Prospect Avenue. This is another area along 63rd Street. This is where East 62nd Street, which runs east-west across the property, is barricaded at Park Avenue. This is where Wabash Avenue is barricaded at East 63rd Street. This shows a tree growing in the middle of Wabash Avenue. By the way, none of these streets which have been blocked off have been vacated. This shows deterioration along East 62nd Street closer to Prospect Avenue. This shows the condition of public sidewalks along Prospect Avenue. Then there are a lack of public sidewalks along Brooklyn, Olive, East 62nd, and Wabash Avenue. Here's one of the clogged sewer inlets at the interior of the property. Blight component number 2, insanitary or unsafe conditions. Trash and illegal dumping, trespassing and vagrancy and loitering, falling tree branches, overgrown weeds, overgrown electric lines, collapsing retaining walls, exposed rebar and piping, and most likely environmental issues in the apartments. One of the issues is trespassing and illegal parking on the vacant lots that are along 63rd Street. All of these vehicles and these trucks were parked here on multiple occasions when I went by. There is no agreement for any parking on those sites. This picture here is a picture of the city from the city website. If you go to the 2020 city website, that's the picture that you'll see in Wabash Avenue at the north end of the property. Hundreds and perhaps thousands of abandoned tires in the property. Here you see a sofa and a tire and a illegally parked semi-truck along 63rd Street, dumping along Park Avenue, more tires and dumping on Wabash, along Olive, along Park, along Olive again, at the north end of Wabash and the north end of Olive, along Park Avenue, fallen tree branches along the Park Avenue sidewalk, large tree limbs that were in Prospect Avenue in the roadway. Here you can see at the interior of the property how the overgrowth is taking over the electric lines. Another picture of that there. Overgrown weeds in a lot along Prospect Avenue. Deteriorating retaining walls along the public right-of-way. There's considerable exposed rebar and piping in the property and concrete rubble, which is a result of the many single-family residences that were demolished in this area at one point. Deterioration of site improvements. Again, there's just basically the 20 apartment units and the convenience store. Most of the structural issues, structural components are deteriorating in the apartments, the site improvements, and then there are functional issues, energy inefficiencies. They have no air conditioning, no window units are provided. There's no dishwasher, no disposal, no vent hood, no laundry facilities, no amenities. The only heat is just from a wall heater. There's no ductwork within these one bedroom, one bath units, minimal counter and cabinet space, and minimal parking space at the apartments. As I mentioned, this is an example of the concrete rubble, the foundations of the buildings that were once in this area. That may not seem like a lot, but if you walk the entire 25 acres as I did, there's an incredible amount of concrete rubble and rebar remaining on this site that someone's going to have to deal with at some point. There's abandoned residential stairways and retaining walls along Prospect Avenue. There's abandoned roadways and curb cuts that are no longer maintained. There's one along Prospect. This is an abandoned concrete pad and parking along 63rd Street. That truck is illegally parked. There's pole and chain fencing that's heavily deteriorated around portions of the property, particularly along Prospect and 63rd Street. Just an example of some of the exterior issues in the apartment building. And then a few interior issues, collapsing ceilings. Blight component number 4, improper subdivision or obsolete platting. There's still 143 platted lots that will have to be resolved at some point here. Endangerment by fire or other causes. Obviously, there's trespassing, loitering going on this site. The safety railings coming up from Prospect Avenue are damaged at the apartment complex. You can see there's no air conditioning. You can see here the simple wall unit for heating these units. Some of the adjoining uses have encroached onto the public land. Here you see someone who's extended their backyard. Someone has a shed and a garden going on public property. So that you come down to, there's a predominance based on 4 of the 5 blight components. And do those lead to the 3 blight conditions? First of all, hindrance to housing accommodation. Census Tract 80's lost a quarter of its population between 1980 and 2019. The median household income metro-wide is 108% higher than in Census Tract 80. You've got long-term vacant lots totaling 23.76 out of 25.62 acres here. There's only 21 bedroom apartment units within a 25.62 acre planning area, continuously distressed EEZ opportunity zone, and it was declared blighted in 2008. And it also has a rather difficult topography. You can see some pictures here of those issues. Light condition number 2, economic or social liabilities, foregone economic impact on 25 acres of vacant land. This has been tax exempt since 1994, so no assessment or taxation. 140 of the 143 tax parcels are vacant, and some of that vacancy extends back to 1994, which is 27 years. Blight condition number 2, economic underutilization. So the land to building ratio is a huge 89:1. The floor area ratio is a very low 0.01 to 1, which reflects a lack of density in the urban center. The study area is lagging other US 71 corridor developments, and I'll show you that in my next slide. But the slope area plan notes the detrimental impact of vacant lots that are the second largest land use in slope plan area, including more than 2,100 properties. And actually, if you go to the heart of the city plan, which is the next one north of slope area plan, they make the same comments in there about the detrimentalness of vacant lots. As I looked at this property, I thought it would be interesting to go up and down 71 Highway and take a look, is this just a particular property that's not developing, or is the whole corridor not developing? And you can see as you travel south along the corridor, and we're kind of at the south end there, ending kind of down by the police station. There's multiple properties that have been redeveloped, and they're in varied uses. So you have single family, multifamily, retail, office, medical office, quick serve restaurants, industrial, lodging, education, nonprofit, and public uses that have developed along the corridor over recent years. Social liabilities, pedestrian and vehicular circulation is absent or needs repair to create safe movement through and around the study area. The barricades detract from the vibrancy and the functionality of the neighborhood. Deteriorating and unsafe abandoned site improvements, functional obsolescence and physical deterioration of the 20 apartment units, safety and sanitary concerns of multiple kinds. It's an extensive landholding that has remained vacant for the long term and that is underutilized and lacks proper supervision, policing, and maintenance. Hindrance to housing accommodations, there's excessive extended vacancy, slope area plan again in the heart of the city area plan addressing the vacant lots, foregone economic impact and the negative influences of adjoining nearby property conditions. This is just driving up and down Prospect Avenue. These are a number of residences and commercial properties that are in the immediate general vicinity of this property. Blight condition number 3, a menace to public and health, safety and morals, health in terms of trash and illegal dumping, safety in terms of trespassing, loitering, vacancy, illegal parking, the exposed rebar and piping, damaged security rails, morals, crime, I'll show you a picture of that in a minute, welfare, extended vacancy and underutilization, no taxation actually, and diminished housing opportunities and economic impact. This is the City Protect crime report mapping for a 12-month period right before this report. You can see there's extensive crime, but you can see that it sort of intensifies along US 71 south of Ward Parkway as you move along the corridor there. Long-term vacant lots within the urban fabric that lack upkeep and supervision detract from the vibrancy of the urban core per the SWOPE area plan in the heart of the city plan. Redevelopment of this almost 26-acre tract that adjoins the US 71 corridor will alleviate blight and reinvigorate and enhance the vitality of the subject and adjoining neighborhoods. So I tried to move through that as quickly as possible. Do any commissioners have any questions for me?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Enders. I feel like I have a good sense of what you were communicating about the existing conditions. I was wondering if you could talk about when those houses were torn down, when the city purchased the land, and how we got to where we are now.
The best that I can understand, and Mr. McCougar, if you want to jump in at some point, it began with the TIF process in 1994. And so incentives have been available since that point. At that point, there were a number of older houses and some older commercial properties that weren't there, that aren't there today. If you go back to the city website where you can thumb through the different years of the aerials, you can see that by about 2008, 13 years ago, almost all of the residences had been demolished. I think there was one house that was an illegal issue that was there for a couple more years. But essentially for the last 13 years, all of the residences have been removed and a number of the commercial properties have been removed. There are things that have gone on that I'm not privy to in terms of the city and potential redevelopment of this site over that period, and Mr. McCougar might be able to address those questions better than me. But I hope that helps.
I don't really have much to add other than to say that you could pick up the tires and clean out the brush, and the property is still going to be unproductive, right? Unless you have a developer come along that's incented to develop this site. So, this TIF commission and city has owned this project for a couple of decades now, I think, and it's been a tough site. I mean, this is a long time coming. We've got a good developer and he's got a good team, and I think the TIF commission did everything they could, to try to act as a master developer to eventually find the right people to do this. And I know that City Councilman Barnes has been working hard in pursuit of that. But I'm not sure we're answering your question, Commissioner Enders, but
it's helping. We're getting there. I mean, I am in favor of something happening at this site as well, and I'm excited about something. I know I've heard things about this site in the past, and that it, and so I want to understand who all was affected, when it happened, when the city purchased all of the lots, just so that way I have a better sense of what development comes next. I just feel like it's relevant history.
we have the answer to that. In fact, the developer's here, and at your pleasure, at Chairperson Kraus' pleasure, we'll involve him. Unless Scott, would you like him to talk about the general development plan, or maybe there are more questions about the Blight study?
Right. I'm sorry, I had one question before we move on to the site plan. Can you remind me again of what the limits are of this blight study that we're looking at? I'm just looking at the parcel map, and so basically on the south end is 63rd. There we go.
63rd Street on the south goes over to the right of way on 71 Highway. So it includes lots along the east side of Prospect. Then it goes up to the apartment complex, which is approximately 60th Street. And then veers over through some very difficult land over to Brooklyn Avenue. And the TIF Commission actually owns this part of land in here.
Right.
There's some water retention work going on with the city water department right now. And the developer's intention is just to leave that alone and let the city do what they need to do there in order to create the water retention that they need in a much larger area than this particular project.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of curious about that wooded area, why that wasn't a part of the plan itself. I mean, since it's owned by the TIF Commission, but that makes sense that it would go to the water department for their stormwater management project that they're looking at for that whole corridor.
Most of that's in the floodplain or the floodway.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Any other questions to the applicant regarding the blight piece of this project? If not, then let's go ahead and talk about the actual development plan you have for this, or the site plan. Yeah, development plan.
Again, I have basically the pictures that Shu has showed at the beginning.
Sure.
This is a rendering of South Point at 63rd Street, which is proposed to be a $233 million project over 6 phases, creating about just over 1 million square feet of mixed uses on this site. That will include 293 multifamily units. Parking will be about 0.75 spaces per unit. And then on the corner here, this is a hotel that's planned to be a 120-room hotel. You can see the site, and you can see back towards HCA Midwest Health Research Medical Center, and some of the other, the PIA has been involved, the city's been involved in some renovation over in this area. Kind of gives you an idea of what's going around this property. This is the master development plan. So you would have 6 phases. As I understand it right now, the first phase would be this multi-family phase here, which would be 5-story structures. The highest improvement in the rest of the property would only be 4 stories, but this would be 5 stories. And again, about 293 units. That would be the first phase, and there would be some structured parking with that and some surface parking with that. And then some medical office uses close to the hospital campus, just office and retail mix along Prospect, a reconfigured convenience store at the corner that's going to be expanded and larger. And then, of course, COVID has weighed in heavily onto to retail and office uses. So they showed some big box retail in this area, some entertainment uses. I'm sure that might change in later phases. A little bit of water retention in a walking area over here in the corner. And then this is kind of can give you the site massing for the property from a northwest and a northeast perspective. So this would be looking back towards 71 Highway, and this would be looking from 71 Highway to the northwest.
Okay. Any questions on the development plan for this?
Yeah, I'm curious if, and it might just be, it's too early in the process, but if there's been a lot of public outreach yet or involvement with neighborhoods or other organizations close by.
I probably need to defer that question to Mr. Farmer or Mr. Hardwick. We do have a meeting this evening, coincidentally, for that question at 5 o'clock for that exact purpose. But Rob, go ahead.
Yeah.
If you'd like.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes I have a problem. My name's Rob Farmer, Senior Vice President with Urban America. Address is 123 Drift Avenue, Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Commissioner, to answer your question, we have, as we were developing this site plan, we involved the community through our design charrette process. That was in the latter part of 2019, face-to-face, and not only took into consideration the comments of the community, but we also presented this final site plan to the community as well. We are, as Scott had indicated, we are making a presentation to the community tonight at 5 o'clock Central. I met with the community pursuant to Councilwoman Park Shaw's request on Saturday. It was about an hour-long process in which we presented this plan once again to refresh the community's recollection of what it is that we collectively came up with in terms of this process. And we will continue to meet with the community groups, both on a segmented basis and then in a collective basis throughout this process.
Thanks. And throughout that process, do you happen to have any insight on more history of this site?
I think in addition to what was presented earlier, I think that Scott did a fairly good job in terms of presenting what occurred. There was a previous development plan that was in the process of being implemented. And as part of that, in the late 2000s, many of the homes that were in this site were demolished and cleared, and it's sat vacant primarily in its current condition since 2006, 2007, 2008, somewhere in that time frame.
I had a question, just sort of an extension of that is, have you spoken with anyone in the community to try to bring in some of the existing business owners into this development in some way? Or, you know, I think it would be a shame if we just see a series of sort of the corporate typical retail at the ground level, given that there's so many Black-owned businesses in the neighborhood, and just how you might facilitate that into this site.
Certainly. To give some perspective, we've worked pretty closely with the city planning department and the city council, as well as the community. And we've collectively determined that we're going to phase this project in terms of this vertical development. So our first phase on this project, as you can see the site rendering, would really be the orange building and the canary building that run on the west side of 63rd Street. I'm sorry, west side of Prospect, between 63rd and 61st Street. That'll be our first phase. So in that, we're planning on having, yes, if you can hit that slide there. Thank you. Buildings N as in Nancy and building E as in Edgar. And then the site area under building F as in Frank, we're looking to integrate that as parking for both of those phases. I'm not looking to do structured parking at this point, but at some point in the future, we think that there will be adequate demand for structured parking, and we'll address it at that time. So in the first phase, which we've agreed to bringing out of the ground and having complete within 2 years of the signing of the developers agreement, there's really no commercial in there for lease. However, phase 2 is the buildings in Periwinkle, A C and D, as well as Building B, which we plan as a neighborhood grocery store. A, C, and D are mixed-use buildings with ground floor retail and office on the upper floors. We certainly are looking to make sure that we reach out to community businesses for the retail and the office in those areas. That looks to be the first opportunity for businesses to come in and occupy in this space, and that will be in phase 2. We've agreed that phase 2 will be completed within 5 years of the execution of the developers agreement. So we will be reaching out to the community for that. And then in addition, philosophically, as a developer, we always will reach out to the community for jobs that will be created here, pre-development, construction, and post-development jobs. So we will make those available to the community, not only as individual workers, but also for businesses that are located within the community and the greater Kansas City market as well.
Thank you.
And just to confirm, you guys are going to do ground level activation on pretty much all your buildings, correct? Up and down Prospect and 63rd?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, no. I was just looking at each one of the buildings, and I needed to make sure, yes, ground level activation on every building along 63rd Street and along Prospect on both sides.
Okay, good to know.
So Mr. Farmer, from the slides we're looking at, number 70 on the left, what is that a rendering of?
Sure, that's the building that's kind of looking northwest of the hotel. It would be a 5-story, I'm sorry, a 4-story hotel, ground floor lobby, and 3 stories of hotel above it. And then to the left, and it's a little hard to see, but you'll see building D, and that actually will have ground floor retail on that with 2 stories of office above.
So remind me again where the hotel phase is, and it's going to be on the corner of
Yes, if you
63rd and Prospect.
That's correct, building E there. And if you go back to the rendering on page 70, going off to your left where the word hotel is, that's actually going up Prospect. And I'm sorry, to your right, that is actually going up Prospect, and then to your left is going west on 63rd Street. So that's the perspective haircut.
But your first phases are north of this site, right?
It's this building as well as the multifamily building. So we'll be doing both of those buildings simultaneously.
As your phase 1.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none. At this time, Scott, do you mind stop sharing your screen for a little bit? There we go, so I can see everybody. All right, so at this point in time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there from the public that would like to talk about docket item number 20, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Any other thoughts from the applicant on this project before we move to just a discussion amongst the commissioners?
No, I just want to say, I'm sorry, I was just going to say, we want to thank you. We remain very excited about this project and tremendously anxious to begin moving forward.
Yeah, it looks like a great project, and thank you for coming into Kansas City and wanting to do something like this. Much appreciated.
My wife loves the barbecue.
Stock intro.
Don't just put it on her. That means you like it too.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. Just remember, there's 2 different things we'll need motions on. One for the finding of blight, and the second one for the development plan. So any items you want to discuss before we move forward?
I'd like to just make a general statement, but primarily to Mr. Farmer. Very, very excited to see the project. I am hopeful that you'll have tons of great feedback from the community, because I think there are people who understand the history of the site far better than I do. The way that I've always understood this site is that a bunch of really well-intentioned Kansas Cityans tried to do something great and ended up displacing a lot of people and creating a blighted situation that has lasted for decades. And so I've always understood it as a very difficult site in that it frustrated a lot of people. And so I'm extremely excited that something's happening, and hope that you get really good involvement from the community so that people can feel that we have righted, to the best of our ability, the past inaction over however many decades it's been.
Agreed. I think just from an urban design standpoint, I think it's really well conceived and just pedestrian oriented. I like the number of uses. I drive by this site daily, so for me, it's very familiar, and I think it really connects a lot of public uses at Swope Park and Starlight and all of those back. I go to the soccer fields there a lot. Connects back to the neighborhoods. So I'm super excited about it. I think it's going to be a great project.
Great. Anybody else?
I'm just excited about the ground floor retail. I think that's really important.
All right.
I have a
Go ahead.
All this is well and good and very bold and noble plan. In fact, very big. I think the developer mentioned some 20 units where people lived and the conditions were not very good. Do they have a relocation program for these people after the bulldozers come in?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for asking that question. That is a privately held parcel of land. And if we're fortunate enough to be able to acquire it, that's 20 units. We have a 293 unit multifamily building that will house not only market rate, but also workforce and affordable housing within it. So if in fact we're able to acquire those 20 parcels, we certainly would offer those residents an opportunity to move into a state-of-the-art Class A green technology building.
So none of these 20 people will be thrown out in the street.
Not our intention, no, sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Farmer, we love those titles of types of housing, but can you put some numbers to that? What kind of range in rental rates are you looking at?
I do. We do have that. I don't have it in front of me, but primarily the affordable housing will be at plus or minus 50% AMI, and the workforce housing between 60 and 80, or up to 80% AMI. And then the market rate will be what those look like. Right now, I think our number is for the market rate $1.62 a square foot. But I have to go back and confirm that. One of our next steps is to do an updated residential market study, which should be moving forward in short order. And we'll be able to further define what those numbers are.
So you will have a mix of types of housing as far as studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms. So you go as high as 3 bedrooms?
No, primarily how we have it, and it's based on what the market demand is. It's mostly 1 and 2 bedrooms. We did in fact explore in our original market study, looking at both studios all the way up to 3 bedrooms, and the supply demand analysis indicated that our best use there would be primarily 1 and 2 bedrooms.
Interesting. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, with that, I'll look for a motion. Remember, we need 2.
I was thinking we needed 1. I keep reading the docket. I only see them on here 1. Did I miss one?
No, you need a motion for the finding of blight. So that needs to be separate from the approval of the development plan.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I will take a stab at this. Let me put my glasses back on. I would like to put before the committee docket number 20, case number CPC 2021-00134. the finding of blight that's been presented to us.
Okay. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second for the finding of blight on docket item number 20. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
She stepped away.
She stepped away.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes for the finding of blight on this site, 6-0. And now I need the second motion for the development plan, please.
Mr. Chair, I present before the commission docket number 20, CPC 2021-00134, a determination to accept their general development plan.
Are there conditions on this? I don't believe.
I don't see anything.
No, there aren't. Okay,
Second.
so I've got a motion and a second for approval of the development plan for docket item number 20. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so that motion passes as well, 6-0. Again, we're very excited about this project. We thank you again for coming into Kansas City and wanting to do this. So we're looking forward to see it come to life. So good luck on this.
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right. So that brings us to docket item number 21, which should be our last case of the day. Remember, this is just a warm-up for our next meeting.
Okay, docket 21. Case number CPC 2021-00095. Request to approve a rezoning from District DC-15 to District UR Urban Redevelopment and approval of a preliminary development plan to allow for the construction of a multifamily residential building known as Ascend and River Market on 1 acre located at the southeast corner of East 3rd Street and Oak Street. Shu, what is the staff planner?
Just as we get started, it looks like Ashley has jumped off, so there's 5 commissioners left to hear this case. So just making that known.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you stated, this is the last case on the docket today. And this case in front of you is a rezoning to UR case that's located in the River Market. The project name is Ascending River Market. Here's the general location of the subject site. This is north of downtown, in case anyone not familiar with River Market. More specifically, it's located on the southeast corner of Oak Street and east of 3rd Street. Currently, the site is zoned DC-15, which stands for Downtown Core 15. And the surrounding land use, including a residential multifamily building located to the north side of 3rd Street that is currently zoned UR, and some business that's zoned both DC-15 and UR to the east, and the south and the west are also zoned at DC-15 for business uses. There is an alleyway running on the east, along the east property line. Currently, the site is used for surface parking. There is quite a slope change from the 3rd to the 5th on the subject site. Here's the view looking south from 3rd Street at the subject site. Like I mentioned, it is currently used for surface parking. And this is the view looking east from Oak Street. This is the view looking from the corner of 3rd and Oak Street. This is a site plan proposed by the applicant. Currently, there are 2 parcels included in this subject site, and there is a waterman easement that's running east to west, crossing the middle of the site. The applicant is aware of that and is in agreement to relocate this waterman to Locust Avenue, and it will eventually connect to the waterman that's located on the 3rd Street. The applicant proposed a multifamily residential building that will be 12 stories. The first 3 stories will be used for parking garage, and the 4th to the 12th story, which will be 9 stories, will be used for residential units. The applicant proposed a total of 250 parking spaces in the garage and 232 units above the garage. The parking ratio is a little over 1, and the applicant is in agreement that to share some parking spaces with the adjacent business owners. The applicant proposed 2 vehicle access from Oak Street. The northern one will have a circulation to for ingress of the vehicles, and then will lead to a egress to the 3rd Street. And this vehicular circulation is particularly for loading, delivery, and temporary parking for tenants. And there is also a vehicular access for both the egress and ingress located on the south along Oak, and that one will be particularly for tenants parking in the garage. Like I mentioned earlier, the applicant proposed 232 units in this building. Most of those units will be 1 to 2 bedrooms. Here is the roof plan the applicant has been shared with staff. The applicant proposed amenity court on top of the garage, and which will include a swimming pool, deck, and some other exercising amenities. Here's a rendering provided by the applicant. This is the view, the perspective from the corner of 3rd and Oak Street. As I mentioned earlier, the first 3 floors will be the parking garage, and then above that will be residential units. The building is essentially an L shape above the garage, and the amenity court will be located on top of the parking garage. Here are more renderings from different perspectives. The majority of the building materials are made of bricks and glass. There are also accent materials that are dark metal panels. The applicant has proposed some features along Oak Street for street view and softening the pedestrian view along Oak Street because of the requirement that the city has for screening for parking garage. The features will include some waterfall, and as well as some future artistic posters and flyers that will be mounted towards the garage that will provide both screening and some articulation to the building. Staff is in support with this proposal with the conditions that stated in the staff report. I do want to mention a couple things real quick. One of the conditions, which is condition number 1, that's stated by the aviation department, is related to the building height. The building is 12 stories and has a maximum height of 155 feet. This building is located at the location that the downtown airport height for zoning restrictions would apply. So the applicant is currently in coordination with FAA to get this height to be approved. And the applicant is aware that in condition to approve the final construction plans, the FAA has to approve the building height. If the FAA requires the building to be lowered to a certain height, the applicant is willing to do so. Other than that, I want to mention real quick that no signage package has been submitted at this point, and the staff recommends that the future signage shall comply with ADA 445 and are subject to all the permitting process. Other than that, that concludes my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Again, just curiosity. It's like you said, it's down DC or downtown corridor 1, and rezoning it to UR is I understand with the UR zoning, you need to be blighted or conservation or an economic development zone. Does this lot already meet one of those 3 criteria?
So this lot is currently zoned DC-15, and they are requesting to rezone it to UR because they are seeking the tax incentives. And currently there is an approved PIA plan, which is the market PIA plan, and they are in consistency in, for that plan, so they don't have to go through another tax incentive plan process. At this point, they can just go with the UR zoning and with the development plan. Did I answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
I was just looking at the standards 88-260-02. The UR district may be applied only to the property that's been designated as a blighted area, a conservation area, or an economic development area. So I was just curious, just to make sure that the site meets one of those three criteria in order to rezone it to the UR.
That's a very good question.
Go
ahead, sir.
According to the applicant, they're seeking incentives under a previously approved PIEA plan. So you may have to ask them, Mr. Chair, if they know where they're at in the process of obtaining those incentives. But once the council's passed, made a finding of blight and adopted that plan, then any project seeking incentives under it is required to rezone to UR. So that would explain why they're here today.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see in the staff report that, you know, like the previous one, it showed a council approved plan from a prior meeting, but this one did not. So I didn't know if that's in the process now or if something else is going on.
I would direct that question to the applicant at this point, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I had a question. So there's no ground floor activation of any sort.
There is a lobby located at the corner of 3rd and Oak Street, and that's for the residential gathering and entryway. Other than that, there is no ground floor retail or office or any other use.
Okay.
We did request that, but Commissioner Baker, but the applicant has a driveway in the place of where it would make the most sense to put that, and then a parking garage along the rest of the frontage along the north-south street.
Is the parking garage a flat parking garage or is it a sloped parking garage?
Shu, do you know?
So this parking garage, because there is a slope, as you can see, so above the ground, from 3rd to 5th, you can see there are 3 levels from 3rd, and slightly when you get close to the 5th to the south, it becomes 2 floors. My understanding is half of it, or not half of it, a portion of it will be under the ground. So I assume this is a sloped parking garage, if you look at it this way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Is the applicant available?
Yes, hi, how are y'all doing this afternoon?
Hi, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, that'd be great.
It's Stephen Herzberg with High Design Collaborative at 1617 Walnut in Kansas City, Missouri, 64108.
All right. Welcome.
And also our developer, Jake Gifford, is on here, and also another colleague, Ian Cole. We have a small presentation. Can I share my screen?
You should be given the rights to be able to do that. Find it at the
Yes,
bottom
you're
of the
able
screen.
to.
There you go.
All right, can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Shu fortunately covered a lot of the information that we were anticipating covering in this brief presentation. We just wanted to talk a little bit more about the architecture and the design of the project. Right now, as you saw, it's located on existing surface parking, and there used to be a building there, the foundation of which is still existing. So we're replacing basically essentially just some surface parking. There's 232 proposed units, 12-story. There are 3 levels of parking, and on each level there's amenities like gym, yoga, things of that nature. One of the garage levels has units, and then parking is also some of the parking is going to be shared with an adjacent tenant, but also the intent is to rent out the parking when tenant parking is not in use, to help maximize parking with the help of like a smart rent app that will let you know when a space is available in there. As she mentioned, the 4th floor has a large outdoor amenity deck, and also that's where the main indoor club area will be. And it's units, the remaining way up, and with the building stepping back to allow for roof terraces. And we took a lot of our design cues from downtown and the River Market, the traditional light stone base, the brick above, the repetitive grid patterns, the natural stair stepping of buildings, not just with the height of the buildings, but with the topography. And as illustrated earlier, that's how our building is structured and designed. And we've done some sheet metal ribbons to help break the facade up so that it's not completely monotonous. And in this area, there's a question of street activation. If everybody can see where my cursor is hovering, that's going to be a large art installation. We just don't know what exactly that is yet, but that large 3-story portion on the west facade of the garage isn't just going to be generic perforated panels. It's going to be some sort of vibrant, engaging art piece or pieces, depending on how we treat the art piece, whether it's something that activates along the entire length of the garage or if it operates in each bay. And most recently, this is a view of the proposed landscaping that currently works within some of the constraints that we have on our site, notably the buried fiber optics underneath 3rd and Oak Streets, and also the power lines that we have running along Oak Street. That the intent is to bury those lines, but until that happens, we're trying to work with what we are able to do in terms of meeting alternatives to street trees. And this was reviewed at our most recent public engagement meeting. We've had 2 of those. Most recently, one had several members of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. So we've been engaging the public, and we'll continue to keep working with the Downtown Neighborhood Association and anybody that's interested in helping further this. And you can see in the rendering, we added some hanging plants to help bring down the pedestrian scale. That was one of the main concerns at our public engagement meeting, that our building's very tall and very stern. So we've been trying to figure out ways to help engage pedestrians and help them feel comfortable walking along our building. And we'll continue, like as I mentioned, we'll continue to evolve this process with community groups.
And if I can get in there, this is Ian Cole with Hive Design Collaborative. I'm a designer on the project along with Stephen at 1617 Walnut Street in KCMO. We've been working on this project for me personally about 2 years now, going back and forth with Jake, our client, and Chris Huey when this started. And it's been a real evolution as we work through this and kind of get to know the different neighbors. We've been meeting with the Downtown Neighborhood Association, which is a great group of a lot of planners and landscape architects, really understanding the needs for the neighborhood and trying to sculpt this building to make it as walkable and as positive of an impact on this neighborhood as you could have. So we received the comments from Shu and the rest of the KCMO folks, and I think we're happy to accommodate those. We're still working through some of the logistics of street trees and landscaping, but we're really excited to be moving this project forward and to add to the density and add some new neighbors to the River Market.
Okay, so do this one.
All right, any questions from the commission to the applicant regarding this project?
So was there any consideration about putting at least some ground floor retail into the project?
Yeah, James, I could take that one. We looked at that early on in the project from the feasibility study. The challenge we're faced with is due to the width of the site and the width of standard parking layouts. There really isn't adequate space to accommodate street level parking, at least along Oak Street. And you add into the mix the topography of this site, which is, we're talking about grade change of 20 to 30 feet to accommodate any sort of usable ground level retail is almost technically infeasible in this circumstance. So we put our limited ground activation at the corner of 3rd and Oak. We thought that was kind of the most bang for your buck in terms of activating the street. But it is something that Hive, the designers and the developer worked with early on in the project, but it became clear relatively quickly that that was not going to be a possibility on this site.
Any other questions for the applicant? I'm still curious. I haven't heard yet on the rezoning.
I can take that one. This is a PIEA project area already, so we are able to go in for the UR zoning, and we were requested to do so in tandem with our project application with the PIEA, which was just pushed back to next month. It was supposed to be this Thursday. There were some contacting the taxing jurisdictions issues that pushed it back one month.
So that's being done in tandem with this piece of the project that you said. I kind of had a hard time here understanding what you're saying.
For the project, but the area has already been approved. Okay. The site has already been approved for DIEA zoning, so we are just going in for the project approval.
Okay.
Can I just get some clarification? So has the PIEA already recommended approval of a plan for the redevelopment? Because both the blight finding and the plan have to be approved before the city council can rezone to UR.
The blight finding has been completed.
But what about the plan for redevelopment, the PIEA plan?
the overall plan for the area has been, the specific project plan has not.
I think what he's saying, Sarah and commissioners, is that the actual incentives for each project are awarded after the fact, and that has not occurred yet for this project. They are eligible, but the PIA has not granted them yet.
That is correct. We're just at the final stage, just for the exact details of our project. Everything else has been approved by the PIA.
So I guess the rezoning of this to UR is really contingent upon you getting that, approval from the PIA.
It's really common, Mr. Chair, for projects to not have that final approval of incentives before they get rezoned. All that's required under the ordinance is that the finding of blight and the general development plan be approved. And what I hear Mr. Gifford saying is that's occurred in the past. If we knew what the name of the plan was, I could try to verify when that was approved for you, but I don't know what the name of the plan is. The application filed by these applicants didn't identify the name of the plan. And I did email David McCoubry when this question first arose, and he hasn't gotten back to me yet.
Okay.
And if I can add, I'm sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we're going to want to get that clarified before the city council takes action.
It was our understanding, Sarah, from our meetings over the past few years with the KCMO Planning Department, that this PIEA application and the rezoning to UR would run concurrently. And that's what the impression that we've been given, the information we've been given for the last 2 years now, and that's what we've been going off of. And I understand that the PIEA has to be approved for this project to go forward. And us submitting for UR rezoning to UR is simply to keep the wheels and the gears moving here. So.
Okay, let me try to clarify again. So the commission just made a recommendation to approve a finding of blight and a general development plan for the 63rd and Prospect development. At some point after that, assuming the council approves that, goes with your recommendation and approves that, at some point someone will file a rezoning to UR before they can do any sort of development in that project. And then that particular project, which is likely to be developed in multiple phases, each phase will have to go through its own vetting to get awarded incentives by the PIEA. So what is happening here is that this project has a pre-existing general development plan and finding of blight, just like what you just approved for 63rd Prospect. And it was likely approved many years ago. I think Shu mentioned the name of it earlier. I just don't know it. I don't remember what she said, and maybe she can repeat that. But what they're doing now is coming through and doing the rezoning to UR that is required of almost every single one of those plans when they're adopted. And then the actual granting of incentives is a separate request that the PIEA has in front of it. And that is very customary or normal for it to occur separately from the rezoning and not necessarily before the rezoning happens. And there's no requirement that I'm aware of that that the rezoning has to occur after the incentives are actually granted.
Yeah, and I was just I was not completely clear that that is in fact what was happening. I mean, certainly I agree that the exact incentives don't come back. That doesn't come back to council after that development plan has been approved. But given that we heard some statements about the PIA plan moving concurrently with the rezoning, which also happens, I still wasn't quite clear if we were talking about that project plan or development plan. But I do think it's something that we can just verify before council?
So if I can add on to that, Sarah, when we initially started this, we had done a project development plan for this property. And in our communications with the city and our understanding of rezoning, it was communicated to us that the development plan was no longer needed. If we were rezoning to UR, they would be rolled into one process. So maybe that's something that seems to be missing here, but it's really because that UR is an all-encompassing, rezoning to UR is all-encompassing in this case. So that a development plan is not an additional requirement. The UR takes the place of that, rezoning to UR.
Well, there's a
Two,
development.
is that correct?
There's a development plan with the UR rezoning. There's also a PIEA development plan. It sounds like there might be an existing PIEA development plan. It's just not completely set out in detail in the staff report, so.
The name of the approved area plan is the Market PIEA.
Okay.
And we have been in deep conversations with David McAbee, and I can assure you that all of those have been handled, and we're very confident in getting approval from the PIEA this next month. The only question is how many years.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you guys can see the screen, but this shows me that the Market PIEA has been approved because it doesn't get mapped until the council passes the ordinance.
Yeah. Okay, I just was making sure that we had that because I didn't want it to go down the road and then have to come all the way back around for that deal. So I just want to make sure we had that talked about before it goes through council.
Absolutely. Thank you, James.
Okay, any other questions or comments for the applicant on this? Seeing none, have we done public testimony? It's been one of those days.
No, you haven't yet.
Okay, so let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 21, please raise their hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else, applicant, before we speak amongst the commission?
Just that this is a local developer, Dave Johnson, local Kansas City guy, is very excited about leaving his mark in Kansas City and building a jewel here. We're very excited about bringing this project in and creating more sales tax dollars through the various 1% Kansas City income tax, the CID, and the TDD tax. And we think that we'll be able to help the city out.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. And I agree with that comment that, you know, this will be a nice project and a great addition to the River Market area. So looking forward to seeing it come together on there. So. If there aren't any other comments, I will certainly take a motion, please.
Move to approve docket item number 22 or 21 with conditions.
Okay. In that, do you want to make sure the staff report includes the Market PIEA before it gets to council?
Yeah, and we'll make sure that it's noted that the Market PIEA is the overlaying one.
Okay, so I've got a motion. Let me a second.
I'll second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 21 with the addition to the staff report of Market PIEA. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
You're on mute there, Commissioner Rojas. Aye, aye, he said, okay, got it. All right, so it looks like the motion passes 5-0 for approval of docket item 21. Again, thanks for bringing that project in. It'll be a great one, and we're looking forward to seeing it come together.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having us, guys. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right, so I think we're here at the back end of our meeting. Something I failed to do at the front end. Looks like we've got some new staff in the planning department, and we didn't get to introduce them or say hi to them. Was that correct?
Matt Barnes, I don't know if he's still listening, but if he could show his face, there's Matt. We have Anna Naniski, which I think she's presented to you guys probably last time, but she started in May, I believe, late May. Matt started a couple of weeks ago. And we also have 3 planners that just started yesterday, named Genevieve Cohn, Andrew Clark, and Najma Muhammad. So you'll see all of them to varying degrees, probably Genevieve and Andrew the most out of all the newer planners, and Anna as well. So thanks for mentioning that, Mr. Chair. We're obviously excited to have all of them on board.
We're happy for you as well to hopefully kind of spread out the workload a little bit.
I think y'all moved pretty fast there, Joseph. Seems like it was last meeting you were saying that you needed to hire.
It's priority number 1 for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think the other item, Joe, you talked about just looking at the docket item. It's not going to be, you're not going to print out or have the whole big giant thing anymore.
Yeah, starting with the next meeting, and we've already posted this to the website. First of all, the plan is to have our first hybrid meeting back in the chamber on September 7th. Of course, that is, all the details are not ironed out, and I have almost no control over whether we're able to do it or not. So I can't promise that'll be the case, but we have put it up on our website because that is currently the plan. And if things change, we'll let you guys know and change the website. The second thing is that our staff reports, beginning with September 7th, we're just going to have embedded links in the docket itself. They're actually already there, but I wanted to be able to show you how to access that information by doing a demo here real quick. If you were to go to the web page where the docket is right here and open the docket up, you would just simply click on each case, and that takes you right to the attachments on Compass KC for that case. And what you'll be looking for in every instance is a file that's named CPC staff report with the date of the hearing. You might see, in this case, there's just 2 total attachments. In some projects, like with the first case on your docket today that had been with us for a couple of years, we had probably 40 attachments. So there was a lot of different things there. You don't need to, and probably should not, look at anything else other than the CPC staff report. That is the staff report plus the plans, plus any written testimony we've gotten that's been compiled by the planner and posted as an attachment. It is what Lisa would have taken and compiled into a larger file that we called previously the packet. That takes her several hours to build that. So it just relieves some pressure on staff in order to direct people directly to where it's located on Compass, since we have to put it there anyway for the public to access. It seems to make sense to direct you all there as well. I understand there's a little bit of clicking to it involved in it, but the trade-off is that you don't have a multi-100-page document that you have to sift through. It's one for each case. So if there's any questions about that, I'm happy to try to answer them, but that is the direction we plan to go in starting with the next meeting.
Joe, could you in the docket, or Lisa, just like put a note above the docket? It says look for notes that say CP staff report for that date. Because I feel like I'm pretty smart most of the time, but it took me a while to figure out like which link to click. So I think that would be helpful for the public to know, as well as to say look for this notice, because I kept clicking the notice for the CPC, but not actually the staff report. So I think just kind of having that uniform and having that really clear for people to look for when they do click the link.
You mean in here in Compass, knowing which file to select? Is that what you mean?
Well, I started figuring out that it said note CPC staff report, and just having that in the docket to say look for notes CPC staff report at that date.
Yeah, we can do that. We can add that at the top here.
That'd be
about how
helpful.
to find that information. Yep. Any other suggestions?
Not suggestions. I need to confirm what I just heard.
Okay.
So Lisa will still be sending us out the docket.
Yes.
And in that docket, then we can click on the cases that takes us to a link.
That's right.
Okay, because you kept saying our page, and I'm like, I gotta go to the website to do this. So okay, I'm fine. We'll figure out the rest of it as we go.
Yeah, she'll send out the same information she does now. It just won't be a link to the full packet. It'll just be a link to the actual docket itself, which is what's right here on our website already. And when you open that docket up, what it is now is it's the docket plus hundreds of pages of staff report and plans afterwards. What it will be going forward is just the docket, and you will click on each case, anywhere on each case will take you to the attachments for that case. And among those attachments, you'll see is a file with the note CPC staff report and the hearing date. And you would just click on that to open it for that case.
Any questions on that? Commissioner Rojas, you okay with that?
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I know you will. Okay. If there's nothing else from anybody, motion to adjourn.
Motion made.
All right. So we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Y'all take care.